5D.
So you monster velvet gloves on. They don't know it.
I
D shows up.
I told Amy this week is probably like one of my happiest weeks because I get to be in a classroom twice, and that's not normal. So, thank you guys for putting up with 2 classes this week from the Peters. Although I tried to talk Andy, he was supposed to have lunch with David Chatham today, and David's sick, so I tried to talk Andy into coming to this class and teaching it with me. And he said, "No, I'm going to go to bowl." And I was like, "Okay, go to bowl."
Lesley?
Yes. Started at Peachtree Road doing it. I haven't done bowl in person since 2020. So I didn't do it in 2021. I did it, the bowl tech, y'all know which one I'm talking about, the technology, the one online. I did that one during COVID. And then the last one I did with GLG was, his name was David, and I want to say he's from New York. Anybody else in that one?
The guy from Florida.
Or was he from Florida?
Blonde.
Yes. Yes, that's the last one I did. I'm due. I need to do one again. Okay, guys. We have about 2 minutes before we get started. There are materials up front for you guys. You just need one of each. And there are pens. Chris has been my lifesaver this week. In fact, thanks for all these classes he's been making. I don't know what I would help use. Oh, this is me perfect. You guys, I've seen new faces in here too, which is fun. You said time management, Lesley, I was there. You were?
As soon as you said.
Because you need it or you like it?
You would not believe what I write about every morning. You would not believe it. That's boring. Oh, way before that. Way before that.
What time do you do?
I'm rolling back on
Well, you're gonna love this class.
I'm heading to the office.
Hello, hello. You guys, there are materials. Oh, Chris has got it. Thank you so much. Hi, guys. Hi. Julia, I love that you're here. You guys sit up front, sit wherever you want. This class, there's gonna be more room than yesterday. More room to spread out.
Does anyone not have material?
I don't.
I like this.
How are you?
You're 2 days in a row. Okay. Okay, guys, it's 12 o'clock. We had an appointment at 12 o'clock, right? And it is 12 o'clock, so let's get started. Chris, once again, thank you so much for getting us all set up. I appreciate it more than you know. You guys, I'm so glad you guys joined us today, or me today. I'm so accustomed to teaching with Andy, by the way, who is not here today. I'm gonna feel weird if I say us. Go down. It's odd. Like we always teach together, and this is actually funny. So I was on a call with Keller Williams University last week. They had a brand new person take over KWU, and she called and she said, "Lesley, I need you guys to get your master faculty status. Like, y'all got to start working on it. Like, I need 75 evaluations by the end of the year, and I need you to teach 4 KWU classes." By the way, 36 Touch is not KWU. So she sends me the list, and she's like, "Okay, which ones are you going to teach?" I start going through the list. I'm like, "I'm going to be in Atlanta all week next week. I'm going to teach for GLG, right? One of the market centers." And I said, "Okay, I'm going to teach time management with a 411. And Andy goes, "Ew." You are? And I was like, "Yes." I I was like, the 411 has completely like changed our life. And he goes, I just can think of like 10 other classes that I would teach over that one. So we went from 36 touch marketing yesterday with you guys, which is super sexy, right? Everybody thinks marketing's fun. And then today we're going to talk about time management. And the 411 truly has changed our life. So I'm really excited that you guys are here today and you're going to make an investment in 2023. Because let's face it, we're there. We're setting up our business plans for next year, right? And I'm so excited you guys actually came. Did y'all get materials when you walked in? There are materials over at the back. Oh, y'all are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, right?
I couldn't miss it.
I am so glad you guys are back. The ones of you who came back, thank you. The ones of you who are here for the first time. We're gonna have fun today. So this is actually a Keller Williams University class. So the content was not written by Lesley Peters. It was written by KWU. And I kind of like this icebreaker question. It's that if your worst time management habit came to life as a movie villain, who would it be? What's your worst time management habit, guys? Anybody have one?
Mine would be the Jennifer, because I'm always like talking to people and wasting time and, you know.
You're the water cooler.
Exactly. I can always find something better.
Yeah. What is yours, Pamela?
Would be the dog in
Okay. Oh, I've never watched that movie. So explain. Oh,
Oh, well, that too. Yeah, that's a good one.
okay. The 411 would help you with that. Okay. And that. And that. Okay. Who else? Anybody else? Trey.
Getting on social media for like 47 minutes without any kind of plan or time block.
And just scroll.
Scroll, talk, hang, and just an hour will go by.
Yeah. Okay. I get it. I wonder.
47 minutes, so that's pretty.
You know your pattern.
I tell myself I'm not going to be on longer than 15 minutes, and then it just
You
keeps
keep going because it's
Yeah.
interesting. It's fun.
That's
You get
right.
sucked in. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? What you got?
I don't know if I'm taking the villain for the right context, but I think of right away Cruella de Vil. She's so obsessed with one thing, which is those puppies, right? And I just get so focused on sell, find a house, find a house, find a house. And the day is gone. And then I start the next day the same thing. And if there's no planning, it's just find the house and sell, find the house and sell.
Have you ever taken Strength Finders?
No.
Okay, you guys, has anybody in here taken Strength Finders? You should all go do this. Write this down really quick. So our team, I know Trish has taken it because our team does this. Anytime someone joins our team, we really want to know what their strengths are. It's a book called Strengths Finder. And it is amazing, guys, because it gives you basically like a personality assessment. And it tells you what your top 5 strengths are. And what we know is that we need to lean into our strengths more than we lean into our weaknesses, right? Because if we just focus on what our strength is, so how I got on this topic is my strength is focus. So when you said you're really focused, like Cruella de Vil, I feel the same way. And sometimes that can be my worst enemy. Yet focus can actually be really great if you have the path, right, of what you need to focus on.
I'm also an IT. So.
Yes, me too. So see, we're very similar. Yeah, so you guys, Strengths Finder, highly recommend that, and it'll help you go into next year really understanding yourself a little bit better. Okay, so this is 2.0. Yes, you can get the 2.0 probably, and you can order it on Amazon. So y'all definitely check that out. Okay, so I told you guys that Andy did not think this class was sexy enough to teach, and I do. So let me tell you a quick story. So in 2013, I had been in the business, I got in the business late 2005, almost 2006. And in 2013, we hit millionaire real estate agent status for the first time. And it was a team of 4. And we were the first Rawls Group team to ever hit MREA. We had a full-time buyer's agent and we had 1 admin. And honestly, our team leader comes in like towards August, I think is when we hit it. And she said, "You're going to do it. You're going to do it." And we said, "We're going to do what?" And she said, "You're going to hit MREA status. You're going to be the first Rawls Group team to ever hit it." And we were tracking our numbers, like we were just head down, like doing our work, right? So 2013, they had this huge celebration for us. We kind of felt like we were on top of the world, right? And then 2014 comes, and guys, we were so exhausted from what we had just done. Have you ever been that way? You just fall on your face. And you guys, by February, our numbers were down. By the way, we barely hit MREA that year in 2014. And I said, I actually called Andy and I said, hey, I have an investment property. It was like December 1st. I was like, hey, found an investment property. I put it under contract today and we're going to close this house and it'll ensure that we hit MREA. Talk about focus, right? And he was like, Lesley, he's like, okay, was it a great house? I was like, it's a great house in Decatur. Like, we can rent this, right? Well, the inspector comes, this is sidebar, the inspector comes, you guys, and the house is in terrible shape. And he couldn't get me on the phone, so he got Andy on the phone, and he told Andy all the things that were like wrong with his house, and Andy calls me, he's like, we're terminating that property, and I said, no, we're not terminating it, we're gonna buy it, because we have to hit this status, right? Anyway, we didn't buy the house, and we still hit MREA, probably like by $1, I don't even know. Anyway, the point is, in 2014, early in 2014, we kind of came to terms with we had hit it very entrepreneurially. We had honestly gotten lucky. We had done a lot of right things, but we had done plenty of things that were wrong. And so in 2014, we went to lunch with Bob Kolinsky. And Andy, and he's one of the owners in Southeast region, and Andy said, you know, Bob, like we hit MREA last year, we're doing great, but we just need something else, right? And Bob said, well, he said, let me tell you, he said, you have relied on your team leaders and your assistant team leaders and all that long enough. And he said, at some point, you guys are going to have to pay people to get really great coaching and consulting. And he said, so I just want you to think, who do you guys want to be when you grow up? And he said, and I want you to spend time thinking about that. Like, who do you want to be? And he said, and then I want you to go try to get on their coaching schedule. And so Andy and I really pondered it, and we said, we want to coach with Gene Rivers. We want to be Gene and Rebecca Rivers. They had 6 market centers. They had a big team. They had 4 kids, which I wanted, and I only got 2 because Andy didn't want 4 kids. But anyway, the point of this story is that we got it. We just stalked Gene. And we're like, hey, we want on your coaching schedule. We want on your coaching schedule. And when we finally got dinner with him, he said something, and he was like, okay, well, you're not going to be on my coaching schedule unless you have a path to 100 million in sales volume, and you have to do a 411, and you have to send me your 411 every single week. And I literally said, we've never done a 411. And I remember, guys, I was like, yes, we will sign up. It was like paying for a used Honda Accord the first year to coach with Gene Rivers. By the way, we're still coaching with him today. And I remember going home and printing this whole packet of material on the 411. And I didn't know there was a class, really. I just printed the packet and I read it. And I said, we're going to do this 411 thing. And we got really intentional and purposeful about our business. And in 2018, we netted $1 million from our real estate. We had 25 agents, and at that time, we were also just starting with Georgia Legacy Group. So it can change your life, and you have to commit to it, right? I want you guys to develop habits with it. So we're going to really break it down today, and I want this class to be interactive. And I don't love rules. Here are the rules, though. We're going to identify what you'll learn, why you're here, and how you're going to learn today. One of the ground rules, though, that I want to use today, and we didn't get a lot of this yesterday because that class is not really built for a ton of interaction. But one of the things I really want us to do today, guys, is I want you to interact a lot, because your interaction in this class today and your participation is going to help someone else. And honestly, it's going to help me, right? So do that. y'all just kind of limit side conversations. If you have to go to the restroom, guys, get up and go to the restroom. Like, you are not bothering me. I taught kindergarten and first grade for 5 years. Seriously. So if I can do that, you guys are not gonna bother me. Go to the bathroom, ask questions, just participate. Let's do that.
Lesley, when did you start again in real estate?
I got my license October 31st of 2005, and I joined Keller Williams the same day. Keller Williams Peachtree Road. So I've been with Keller Williams for 17 years. Yeah, it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy how times change. So today, guys, we're going to learn how to kind of gain perspective and take control of your schedule. And by taking control of your schedule, what are you actually taking control of? Your life. We're going to set goals with accountability in mind. We're going to really dig into SMART goals. You guys are actually going to walk out of here today with a 411. Do you want me to say it again? You are going to walk out of here today with a 411. Now, here's the thing that I love about that more than anything is how many of you would find other things to do if you weren't here today and you would not create the 411, right? Facebook, right, Trey? Social media scroll, all the things. Well, today we are going to actually create your 411. You guys can follow along in the materials with me today. And the materials are there for you to keep afterwards because I want you guys to have these materials.
So let's people that have 411s that have created them.
You've already created one?
Yeah.
This is going to be great then. We are also going to look at 411s and find some errors in 411s that have been created. We're going to look at some goals that people have set and find out how they could be smarter goals. So even for me, as I'm studying this, ask Trish, I got on our call, is it Tuesday? I got on our team meeting Tuesday and I was like sharing all this stuff because we all need a refresher in this, right? So even if you have a 411, I think you will leave here today with an even better 411.
Okay. My timeline is out the window, so even though I have this, that's why I'm like.
So we're going to talk about tools. Absolutely tools. Yes, sir. Somebody had a question. There is material. Is he printing it? He is printing extra right here. You guys, we have more people than we thought. That's awesome. Problem to have. I love it. I'm so glad you guys are all here. We're going to implement, you're going to learn how to implement your 411 too. And I'm actually going to share with you guys today a lot of failures that I've had with my 411, just to hopefully help you guys with yours. And then we're going to put it all together in the end. Okay, so why are you guys here? What do you want to get out of today?
No such thing as a balanced life, but just to be able to get some sleep.
Yes, okay. We have to build personal time into our schedule, right? Yeah, okay.
I want to use my time efficiently. That's my- I don't know, I need a map on what to do.
Perfect. This is like a map, a system and a tool. Yes, ma'am.
I was coaching with David
Uh-huh.
yesterday, and of course I have big goals for this coming year, and he's like, okay, let me see your 411. And I'm like, he's like, you need to do a 411 before we talk today. So I saw your class, I was like, oh my gosh, this is perfect.
I'm glad you're here. You're gonna create one today. And then you can hop on a call with him and say, I did it, I did it, I did it. Okay, who else? Why are you here? Who in this class is like 411? I don't even know what that is. Anybody?
Oh, wow.
Yes, thank you for your transparency and honesty. You're gonna leave here and you're gonna be like, this is awesome. Okay, so let me tell you really quickly what a 411 is, just because that would help with the context for this class, right? So anybody in here create vision boards? Okay, every year I create a vision board and I love the visual of like, this is all the things I want to accomplish this year. Well, I always create my vision board first, and then I think of what business and personal financial goals I want to accomplish in the year. And then you basically build out a roadmap, and that's what a 411 is. It basically wraps up 4 weeks into 1 month, into 1 year, and all of your goals are on one page. And it is a tool that you use every single day. And for me, it is on my computer screen. In fact, I even brought my computer because I thought, you know what? As I'm walking around helping you guys, could actually show you and share my 411 that I actually do this stuff, right? So that's what it is. It's like a roadmap to keep you accountable every single day. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Does
you're
it tie into the 135?
It does. And so I always look at these are great. I love that you guys are being so interactive. This is awesome. A 135, guys, is one goal. So I want you to think about if you're going to create a 135, you would take your one goal. So say I want to make 200,000 in gross commission income this year, and that's the one big goal, right? Then you would have 3 priorities to reach that one goal. And then you would have 5 strategies under each priority. And that's why it's called a 1-3-5. And then that one goal goes into your 411. And then we track every week what needs to happen in our business to hit that one goal. So a 411 is where all of your goals are in one place together. That help? That help?
So is a 135 also a GPS?
Yes.
They're one and the same?
Yes, they're one and the same. They're kind of called interchangeably. GPS stands for goals, priorities, strategies. I always refer to it as the 135. So honestly, guys, you could have multiple 135s in your business and in your personal life, right? Because you could have a GCI goal, a gross commission income goal, and then you may have something personally that you want to hit this year. For instance, like by the end of the year, I want to weigh X pounds, right? Well, what are the 3 priorities that you're going to need to hit that weight goal or whatever? Just trying to think of something personally. Does that help you guys?
Absolutely.
And so we're going to tie this. So all of that, we're going to tie into one sheet of paper today.
The GPS, we're gonna do that too?
Well, we're not going to do a GPS for each one, but you're going to think of those goals, and then you're going to have to leave here if you want to do a GPS and break it down for each thing. But the 411 is going to kind of force that. It's going to force your hand on
So
that.
if you're gonna do these, what would be the right order? The 411 then the GPS, or the GPS then the 411?
I personally am not going to do a GPS for everything.
Okay, well, for people that are newer with Keller Williams and.
Yes.
So.
So for me-
You've got the economic model.
Right.
I mean, do you do that first so that you know, I mean, which one comes first?
Yeah. So for me personally, how many of you have taken business planning? Business planning with Keller Williams? That's an awesome class that you should take. And that really breaks down how many leads you need, right? So we're going to talk about all those things on a grander scale today. I would encourage you to take that class. So every year, where do you find that? You know what? Ask your market center. You can look online. It's Monday here.
All day.
That's one in Roswell.
You mean Bob Kalinsky's?
No, I don't mean Bob Kalinsky's Business by the Book. I mean actually Keller Williams Business Planning Clinic.
There's one on Monday and there's one in Roswell office next week.
Okay, awesome. Y'all should sign up for that. Okay, so that class goes deeper than the 411. Okay, so that's like a full day class. It really goes into setting your business goals for the next year, right? This class, it would be a good follow-up for that. In your business planning class, if you take it, you are going to create a 135 in that class, and you're going to take your overall business goal and break it down. How many leads do you need? How many appointments do you need? You're going to do all that, your business, your economic model, your budget model. That's business planning. Today, this is a condensed version of goal setting. Does that help you? Yes. Okay. Yes. God, this took a lot of explaining that I didn't think about. So I'm really glad, you guys. I'm really glad you are asking great questions. Okay, anything else you guys want to get out of this course? Okay, you're like, I'm done. You guys, I love Keller Williams because, I mean, what real estate company was retired for being the #1 training company in the world 3 times, right? So I love this slide just because this class was built so you walk out of here and you have a path forward. How many of you as kids, like, you go back and you think about as kids that you would just sit in your classroom all day long and just listen to your teacher talk? Remember that? Did you get a lot out of that? I call it the sit and get. Right? I mean, I've had my kids have had teachers and I'm like, gosh, that teacher really needs to get her master's in teaching because these poor kids are just sitting there all day and getting, right? Just that. And there's no like problem solving or critical thinking or interaction. So that's what I love about KWU classes. You're not just gonna sit. Okay, so we're gonna jump into chapter 1. You guys can follow along. This is on page 7. So we're gonna focus on we're gonna find out how to focus on what really matters most. Back to the Cruella de Vil. What are we focusing on? We're gonna identify your big rocks, and we're gonna discover how to move from an entrepreneurial to a purposeful style. This is like 6 personal perspectives a little bit. Anybody taken 6 personal perspectives with Keller Williams? It's an awesome class. Actually, Gary started teaching that class across the country as he was opening up Keller Williams offices outside of Austin, Texas. And it honestly is all about your life. And so I want you guys to think about that today as we're in this 411 class. This isn't about you just setting a business goal for next year. This is about what you want personally too. And we're gonna wrap them all together and put a bow on it. That's what this is gonna be. Have you guys, has anybody read Atomic Habits by James Clear? It's a great book, right? Such a good book. Okay, if you haven't read it, it's okay, because I know you've heard this. Have you heard, I just want to get 1% better every single day? Yes. It's almost cliche, right? Do you hear it so much, or maybe that's just me, you hear it so much, it's like, I want to be 1% better every day, 1% better every day. Well, I read something the other day and it said, let's actually talk about what 1% better every day is. Do you know what it is? It's actually 14 minutes and 4 seconds every single day. So I would write that down. So if you guys spent 14 minutes and 4 seconds every single day focusing on something that you want to improve or grow or go do, just 14 minutes. You guys, that would actually make your life 37 times better than it is today. Just 14 minutes and 4 seconds. Do you know what the problem is? Is that most of us have these goals that we want to do, yet we don't have anyone holding us accountable, and we don't form the habits to create the goals. And sometimes we don't even want the goals enough. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like, have you guys ever had a goal on your list and you're like, gosh, I've had this goal on my vision board for like 3 years and I haven't accomplished it yet? What does that tell you? You don't want it bad enough. Like, what's the reason behind the goal? And sometimes I think that we hear somebody else say something, and we hear something like, oh, so-and-so said they're gonna run a marathon. Oh, maybe that should be on my vision board. Like, maybe I should run a marathon, right? And then we don't do the activities to run the marathon. By the way, this is not me. We don't do the activities to run the marathon. And then when we think back on it, it's like, gosh, did I really even want that? Right? So listen to yourself and the goals you're kind of creating. Like, how bad do you really want it? Right? But how can we get better every day if we just use 14 minutes and 4 seconds differently? There's this Harvard study. I was actually going to share it with you guys before we get started. Has anybody heard? Yes.
Could you make that reference on that book once more?
Oh, Atomic Habits by James Clear. It's a really good one. If you guys are set, and today I want us to think about that too, like our growth plan. Like, what's on your growth plan for this year? And books should always be a part of that. And that's a really good one, Atomic Habits by James Clear. To be a really good follow-up to this. Yes, ma'am.
And what did you say on the 14 minutes, 4 seconds daily? What about 37? What?
It makes you 37, it will make you 37 times better.
Is that in the calendar year?
In your life.
Oh, over your life.
Over your lifetime. So that's the James Clear kind of principle, I would guess you would say, behind this book. Has anybody ever seen or heard of the 1979 Harvard study about goal planning, by the way?
Yes. Yes,
Yes.
that was phenomenal.
Okay, so here it is, and it's not in this packet, but I just thought it would be a good setup as we start to think about focusing on what really matters. Okay, Harvard supposedly, they can't find the study, by the way. And then they said, well, maybe it was Yale, and then Yale's like, I don't have any records of this study, but I'm gonna give you the numbers and then we're gonna talk about it. In 1979, Harvard did a study. They looked at all of their graduates that year, and 84% of them did not set any goals. 84%, you guys. It's a lot. And that's Harvard. That's like the best of the best, right? Okay. 13% had written goals, but no plan of action. So I want you to think about it this way, 13% had a vision board. They saw it, right? And 3% had written goals and a concrete plan. Guess what? Of the 13% that had the vision board or the written goals, they made 2 times more income 10 years later when they went back and researched. And guess what? The people the 3% that had written goals and a plan, so they had their vision board and a 411, they made 10 times more money than all the other people in the class.
Wow.
10 times more. Okay, so there's a lot of I actually looked this up because I thought it was interesting because I've heard oh, that Harvard study's fake, right? It's fake, nobody can find it. They can't find the study at Harvard. They can't find it at Yale. And I said, okay, well, I'm gonna look for some other studies. So I found this one. This is actually an online study by a company called Statistic Brain. And this is really recent and it's online. So they said of Americans, 45% usually made goals. Usually, 45%. 17% infrequently made goals. And 38% never make goals. And then this is really interesting, guys. Of the people that either usually made the goals or infrequently made the goals, only 75% of them made it through the first week. 71% made it through the second week. Just think how many people are showing up to the gym after they get that membership in January, right? 64% made it after a month. And only 46% of those people made it 6 months. So 186 million people in America that usually or infrequently make goals, 171 million give up.
Yeah.
So are you guys gonna give up? Are you guys gonna be the ones today that leave here with your vision board? I want you to go make one if you haven't already. And a concrete plan. What'd you say?
You have some magazines?
Oh, I probably have. I actually print mine now. I go to Google Images and search for the images and don't do magazines. So I can be very pointed in what is on my vision board. So that's an idea.
You still use yours?
I still use it every single day. I look at it every day. If I could make it smaller this year so it fit my new office better. So are you guys going to be the ones that make 10 times more income in 10 years?
Yes.
And how you do that is having a concrete plan. And that's what we're here today. Develop that concrete plan. Okay. Who has heard of the 80-20 principle? Probably everyone in this room, right? Okay, so what is the 80-20 principle? Somebody sum it up for us.
Now they say it's more like 90-10, but the 80-20 principle is 80% of the business will go to 20%. The agent, so now it's more like 90-10.
Interesting. Okay, so if we look at it from an agent perspective, they're thinking 90-10. Okay. Anybody else? 80-20? Who knows who invented the 80-20 principle?
Pareto.
Pareto. It's called Pareto's principle. Okay, so for those of you, we'll do a quick reminder of it. So the Pareto principle, or the 80-20, is a powerful concept that can help shape your time management activities. Vilfredo Pareto, I love saying that. Vilfredo Pareto. He lived from 1848 to 1923, and he was an Italian economist. He discovered the pattern underlying the 80-20 principle in 1906. And while studying patterns of wealth and income in 19th century England, he found the most income wealth went to a minority of the people. After testing his theory in other areas, he concluded that predictably 80% of our results will come from 20% of our actions. So as this figure illustrates, the opposite also appears to be true. When we focus on the 80% that doesn't matter, we tend to get 20% of the results we want. And this goes back to what you focus on expands, right? And I feel like we live in this checklist generation. Anybody else love making a checklist, or is that just me? Okay, this is the real question though. Do you make the checklist and you've already done something, but you write it down just so you can check it off? You're speaking my language, honey. You know why you do that? Do you know it's dopamine? Did you guys know that a checklist actually gives you a dopamine hit when you check something off? So that's what happens in our business. We want to appear busy so we feel good and we can justify not hitting our goals. I'll say that again. We want to feel busy so we can justify not hitting our goals. So I could say to you, hey, I did blah, 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 blah today, and I got all this done, and I was so efficient. Here's the kicker. Were you effective? Because if we focus on the 80%, that's just efficiency. That's not effectiveness. I had this really awesome call with my coach, my maths coach, Craig Zuber, gosh, 3 months ago. And he laughed and he said, Lesley, you're the most efficient person I know. And I said, is that a good or bad thing? And he said, well, and I was like, okay, so it's a bad thing. And he said, I want you to write this on the top of your paper. He said, are you being efficient or effective? And I literally, y'all, we dove in for this whole 30-minute call. And this is so much about what the 80-20 principle is I can get more done. I think Laura Donna and I probably are very similar to this. Like, I can run circles around Andy. And here's the funny thing. Andy is much more effective than me. And I tell the team, I told them this earlier this week, it's kind of funny, like, there's times in the day that I'll go up to Andy's office to like debrief on something that's going on, and he'll be sorting his baseball cards. And I'm literally like, what are you doing? Are you not working? He's like, oh yeah, I just finished a call. He's like, I'm just taking 5 minutes to sort these cards. But then he is so effective when he's doing what he's doing, and he really understands what he's not good at. And where does that go? To someone else. But a lot of times I end up keeping things that I shouldn't keep because I want to be efficient and not I want to be effective, but I want to be efficient. And so I want you guys to think about everything you're doing day to day. You really need to be doing it, right?
Can you repeat that for me before you go on?
Yeah.
80% of our results will come from 20% of the work.
Of our activities.
Of our activities.
That's it, girl. You got it. So why don't more people live by the 80-20 principle?
Can you put it in the business aspect? Like I'm from an advertising background.
Yes.
Go to the 20% who will give you 80% business rather than going to the 80% who will wear you out and give you only 20% business.
So true.
We're talking about database.
Yes. So your database is the same way. You can almost apply it to anything. I kind of look at it like this. Our transaction coordinator is in here today. And I could like not lead generate, and I could service my client that's under contract, and I could order their inspection, and I could do like all of those things. But shame on me, because that's Trish's 20%. That's not my 20%, right? What's my 20%? What's the number one part? Lead gen. So sometimes we want to do all this stuff in our business that's not our 20%, just so we feel good about ourselves, right? We want to service the clients when that's great to service the clients at a high level, and we need business in 3 months too. So we got to focus on the 20%. So why don't you think more people live by the 80-20?
Maybe they're not clear about what the 20% is.
Hannah, I think you're right. And that's what I love today, later in this class, I'm gonna give you a plan of what your 20% should be. Like literally broken down into 8 categories for an agent of what your 20% should be. So that's so true. What about this? I thought about this a lot. You know why more people don't live by the 80-20 principle? What do you hear people say all the time? I just want
Time.
balance. Do y'all hear that? Time. That is true though. How many people do you hear like, I just want a balanced life. I just want a balanced life. Well, look, it's called the 50-50 fallacy. Because we expect the relationship between effort and result to be balanced 50-50, and it's not. It's just not, guys. We said it yesterday. Not everyone in your database is going to bring you or able to bring you the same amount of referrals. We can't focus at all of our effort can't be balanced, right? It just can't. In fact, I love talking about counterbalance, and it doesn't really go into this in this class, and I want you guys to think about this because I look back at the times in my life where I have been the most effective, and it's when I'm living in the extremes. So I always say that the magic happens in the extremes.
No pressure,
Yeah.
no diamond.
What'd you say?
No pressure, no diamond.
No pressure, no diamonds. Now think of this though. So I'll give you a quick story about this. In 2019, Andy and I were on the road 36 cities, gone 72 days away from our family, teaching across the country 36 touch. We left leaders in place that probably weren't ready to lead our team, right? But we were on the road teaching like crazy. Guys, we built more relationships that year with agents across the country. We had more ahas about our team on the ground and what they actually needed because we were away. And we got crystal clear on our path forward. Now, if I hadn't been in an extreme of on the road, 36 cities, 72 days away from my family, I would have never had that growth that happened so quickly because it had to. And actually taking my eyes a little bit off of our business actually allowed me to really think about what I wanted in the future and how to build it better, right? So does that help? So the magic happens in the extremes. I want you to think about this too. Think back to a time when you've gone on a really amazing vacation with your family, right? And you've gone somewhere so cool and you've made all these memories with your family. Were you working every day? No. That magic happened because you were in an extreme, right? You were in the family extreme. But Gary explains counterbalance like this, and I think this is so important. Imagine work as a rubber ball. A rubber ball, you can drop it, and does it break? No, right? It bounces. It'll come back, it'll bounce back. But I want you guys to think about this, and this is really important when we're setting up our 411. Your family and you personally, you're like a glass ball. If you don't take care of you personally and your family, what happens when you drop that? It shatters, it breaks. So we have to be really careful and counterbalance. We can't stay in the extreme too long, and we definitely have to counterbalance our life. And so it's interesting. I read this and I thought it was worth reading to you guys. It says, in our democratic society, we may assume that the relationship between effort and result would be a 50-50 balance. For example, in general, we tend to think the following: events in our life hold the same significance. Is that true?
No.
No. Clients and customers contribute equally to our success. Each aspect of our business is ultimately equal in value. Phone calls and appointments should be handled with equal priority. Anybody else have that problem? Anybody else really urgent? So when a phone call comes in, you're like, I gotta take care of it right then. And you're like, gosh, if I just waited, it would have solved itself, right? Worked itself out. Each opportunity has the same weight as the other. The 50-50 fallacy is a harmful mindset because it promotes an inaccurate view of cause and effect. If you have 1 hour to spend, what would be better? Making lead gen calls or organizing your file system.
Lead gen calls.
Both of these can produce results, but one is highly more productive. So let's not think about a balanced life. You know, I learned counterbalance pretty early in saying no to things and the 50-50 fallacy from our first team leader, Brad Finan. When we were trying to talk Andy into join me in the business, we met with Brad. And Andy was in the water business, selling water coolers. And Andy said to Brad, hey, Brad, my sales guy has been trying to call your office and he's left message after message for you because we want to get a water machine in here. And he said, and you haven't called him back. And Brad said, I don't have time to call him back. And y'all, little 27-year-old me and 28-year-old Andy, we thought, gosh, that's so rude. Like, why wouldn't you call him back, right? Just call him back. It wasn't in his 20%. And when you say yes to something, what are you doing? You're saying no to something else. And I think about that example all the time. Like, that was something that was not in Brad's 20%. It was to be leveraged to someone else in the office, right? That was to go from someone else. I also love this. Early on in my agent leadership council days, I was on Brad's ALC. And we'd be sitting around the table and all these agents would have these awesome ideas of what we needed to do for ALC. And one agent said, and I know we need to have a golf tournament this year. And Brad looked at him and he said, are you going to plan it? And he said, yeah, with the help of all these people. He said, it's a really great idea. And you know what? Instead of spending all your time planning this golf tournament, I just need every single one of you at this table to do more production next year. Can you each commit to 20% more reduction? Because that will change your life and your family's life and the market center. So can we just do that? And I was like, yes, like learning to focus on what really matters and what matters most. Golf tournament sounds awesome if you have the time. However, we have to focus on what we're here for first. So what really matters in your life? What really matters? And have you weighed out your interests, passions, and responsibilities and truly defined your 20%? We need to plan time for our big rocks first and then fill the remaining time with our smaller goals and activities. So someone on page 11, can you guys read us the big rocks in the jar story? Okay, Pamela. Thank you, girl. Sure.
This is one of my favorite stories.
Oh, good. I'm so glad.
After talking to students about scheduling all their activities, a high school science teacher takes a largemouth jar, like a mason jar, and places several large rocks in it. He then asks the class, is it full? Unanimously, the class replies, yes. The teacher then takes a bucket of gravel and pours it into the jar. The small rocks settle into the spaces between the big rocks. He then asks the class, is the jar full now? Most of the students replied, yes. Some were reluctant to agree a second time. The teacher then produces a large can of sand and proceeds to pour it into the jar. The sand fills up the spaces between the gravel and the big rocks. For the third time, the teacher asks, is the jar full? Convinced nothing else could go into the jar, many of the students answer yes. Then the teacher brings out a pitcher of water, pours it into the jar. The water saturates the sand, encases the gravel, the rocks. At this point, the teacher asks the class, what is the point of this demonstration? One bright young student raises his hand and responds, no matter how full our schedule is, we can always squeeze in more things to do. You might think that, replies the teacher, but the point is that unless you first place the big rocks into the jar, you're never going to get them in. The big rocks are the important things in your life, your family, your friends, your personal growth. If you fill your life with small things, as demonstrated with the gravel, sand, and water, you will never have time for your most important things.
I love that story. It's such a wonderful reminder. You guys are going to think this is silly, but the thing that comes to mind for me, and we're going to do an activity here in a second, and I want to show you something that's not silly because it actually works. I looked up a couple years ago And I said, you know what, our big rocks are all business and family, my kids, right? And so little of my big rocks are for me. And what happens when we don't take care of ourselves? We can't take care of anyone else, right? That's why if you're in an airplane, they say if you have young children traveling with you, what are you supposed to do? Put your oxygen mask on first and then put the others on. So 2 years ago on my 411, on the personal side, I said, you know what, this is really sad. Like, I don't do anything for myself. And I really need to take care of my friendships because I don't take care of my friendships. And most people would say, oh, that's silly. Like, why would you put it on your 411? Why would I put it on my 411? Because it's important. It's important, and I needed accountability. And this sounds so silly, but you know what my goal was? That I wanted to do 24 dinners with friends in a year, 2 a month, and further my relationships. And you know what I even did? I made a list of people that I wanted to spend time with, more time with. And so I was really intentional about saying, oh my gosh, there's like a big rock in my life that I just let business and my kids' schedule completely take over. And guys, I told you guys yesterday, like our country is in a horrible state with this loneliness epidemic. Because in 2020, what happened? Everybody got used to just being in their houses by themselves and just with their immediate family. So we stopped going out and doing things with other people. So I think when we're about to do this exercise, and I tell you this, because you're going to have to describe big rocks in your personal life and your business life. And I don't want it anything that's just a checklist item, right? A big rock, something you really want to accomplish, but nothing silly. And so whereas you're like, I just want to further like 5 more friendships this year, or I want to go on a couples vacation every year, whatever it is, like I want you to think of personal just as much as you think of business. Because Gary Keller always tells us that we need to plan our vacations first. Because we're going to work so hard, we're going to need them, right? So we're going to take 10 minutes. You guys on page 12, I think it's page 12. Your manual is a little bit, oh, yeah, it is page 12, yes. We're just going to, let's be silent and kind of not talk to people around us just so we give some thinking time. And I'm going to give us about 10 minutes. And when you guys finish kind of really thinking about your big rock, just kind of look up, and that way I know if you finish earlier than 10 minutes, we'll keep moving on. But I want you to think about what you want personally and business-wise, big rocks this year. And when I think about this, guys, I almost think about what are those things that would be front and center on my vision board? Like, what do I want to look at every single day that would remind me of my big rocks?
We don't have.
There's a few of them I don't have.
Yeah, I don't have, it's fine.
Okay, if you guys, if you don't have a page 12, I'm so sorry, that's so bad. If you write personal big rocks and leave 3 lines, and you write business big rocks and leave 3 lines, you can fill those in. It gives you 3, and it's really. It is. Oh, okay. But it gives you. Sorry about that, guys. The coffee machine had a, here, I'll write it up here. And guys, if you've already thought of these, like if you're kind of ahead of the game, you can always like think 5 years from now. Like if you've already thought for this year, like just keep writing. Think of just things you want to accomplish. How we doing, guys? Anybody need more time? It's okay if you do. Yeah, okay, good. I love it. I love it, I love it. Only for me. So I can get better. The first time I taught this class, so I asked Lord, I said, can you record it so I can see what worked, what didn't work, and how we can improve it? Depending on how I feel after I watch it, I can always share it. Yesterday, Jason Abrams texted us this morning. Jason Abrams, Vice President of his official title is, and he said, I heard y'all taught a great class yesterday. Can you share with me the recording? Like, told Andy, I was like, what did I say? Did I say anything inappropriate? I did talk about my insurance agent.
Oh, yeah.
Laura Donna called me and she said, Jason Abrams is asking me to share this recording. Can I share it with him? I'm like, give me 5 minutes to think about all I said. Hey, anybody else need additional time? Y'all don't feel bad telling me. We still have time built in for it. Are y'all good to move on? Okay. They give you time, I think sometimes a little more time that's necessary. Here's the thing. You guys have this packet. Go back and review it after the class when you're sitting down in your quiet space and you're officially creating your vision board, your goals for the year, your 411, and you'll think of other things. You may be eating dinner tonight or in the shower is where I do my best thinking. I'm like, oh, forgot to put that one up there. Who wants to share? Who has a personal big rock that they would like to share with the class? Anybody? Yes,
I wanna stay in Lagos Rios, Costa Rica for 2 months.
How cool. Okay, that's awesome. I want to go with you.
Yeah, it's a 1,000-acre preserve up on the top and it's completely open.
That is on your vision board, right?
Yeah, it is. That's really cool.
Okay, what's important about the 2 month mark?
I don't want to come back actually, and I think, the visa issue, that's a visa issue.
Okay, got it. See, there's a reason. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, who else? Anybody else want to share a personal big rock? Anybody think of something that you actually hadn't thought of before this class? No? Oh, yes.
Volunteer once a month or more.
I love that. That's actually been on mine before. I love that. Anywhere specific?
Actually, what you mentioned yesterday, actually, we've been talking about helping kids in some way for years, and you mentioned that, so.
Chris 180.
Yeah.
It's such a great organization.
That like specifically, that's what we've been talking about for years. So
That's so awesome.
it was.
I'm glad I brought that up yesterday
Yes,
then.
yes.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Chris 180, if you guys weren't here yesterday, it's a organization that the Peters Company has actually supported for years and years. And did you guys know in Atlanta, we have one of the highest populations of adolescent homelessness in the country because we have so many kids that age out of foster care. I mean, it's terrible. And it's a big problem here. And so Chris 180 is one of the only organizations that actually build in like training on teaching these kids like life skills to actually like, how do you clean your kitchen? I mean, like really silly things like how do you do laundry, right? And then they also put in like counseling services for these kids. And they're the only one that really put in like therapy in it. So I'm so glad. You guys keep me posted on, that's awesome. Okay, anybody else? Anybody else? Somebody else is saying, yes.
I want to spend more time with my sister.
Oh, I love that.
We've gotten so busy with our own lives that, it's kind of
Text back and forth, but I want to be more purposeful with it. Awesome. We can build that into your 411. Perfect. That's why you guys do this, by the way, is we're going to build all these things in. I wrote mine up here just to kind of show you guys that I actually did this sheet too with you. Who business wise, what are your big rocks for next year? Yes.
Set 5 qualified appointments per month.
I love it. So how many does that end up to be for the year? 5 at 50 weeks, that's 250.
I'm not sure if I'm
Yes.
month, it's 20 a month.
Okay,
So
awesome,
20, but, qualified appointments per month.
awesome. I love that. You're gonna use that on your 401 for sure. Yes, Trey.
My 36 touch usually has about 25 touches. So if I wanted to have all 36. Yeah,
Do it.
I'm on it.
I get Trey's 36 touch and I love it. He texted me on Thanksgiving and I responded, and he signs his text, by the way, side note, but he signs his text, Trey Cooper, you're the Peters family realtor. And I just love that. So you guys, if you're texting, like have that be your signature because it's really cool. Okay, I love that,
Can you
Trey.
say that again?
It says Trey Cooper, the Peters family realtor. Is that cool?
It says that for every person.
So is
Yes.
that the client's name?
The client's
I
name.
wasn't sure.
Mhm.
The client's name is super cool. Yes, Sam.
And she wasn't a
I
real.
have to ask more about that. Do you type that out every single time, or do you have it like somehow as a shortcut and then just fill in the Peters,
So I have texting base as the software.
right?
And so it'll say, happy Thanksgiving first name, and then last name family realtor. So it'll come out, happy Thanksgiving Lesley, Peters family realtor, but it would have your first name and your last name equals to you.
What's it called?
Textingbase.com.
That's so cool. Yeah, Trey does a really good job. So you'll have to tell, well, we'll get to, actually, we're gonna create, so you,
Sure.
that can be something you create for your 411 later today. I love that. Anybody else have any business big rocks you want to share? Yes, ma'am.
Take more time to learn and train because my mental space tells me I'm not working if I'm learning and training. That's who I am. I'm not working.
Do you know that you're making a huge investment in yourself today? And you're gonna walk away with tools you can use. This isn't just like sit and get. Sit and get. Ugh. My kids went to a Catholic school for a little while, and I was like, oh my God, what'd you do at school today? And they're telling me to be like, oh my God, so sit and get. You know what I'm talking about tonight. Oh my God, girl. She was a teacher too, so I can't stand the sit and get. Okay, I love that. And even thinking through like what the trainings are that you want to take next year and like a growth plan. Guys, by the way, y'all, I am here for Georgia Legacy and I am a huge like learner. So if you guys are creating your goal plans, I actually sent Trish some things, I think, after her annual meeting. I love helping you with growth plans. So if you want to come to me and say next week, email me and say, hey, Lesley, I'm really struggling. Like I need help with this. And I can probably point you in the direction of books or KWU classes to help you. So use us as a resource.
Leslie,
Yes.
how specific should the big rocks be? 'Cause I
So
mean,
the
mine's
big rock should
giant
be like
rock.
kind of broad and bigger, and then we're gonna break them down. So it should be like, so I actually think of like a big rock could be like, GCI for next year is $200,000. I want to make $200,000 from our real estate business, right? Gross, right? Or some people may say, I want to net, that may be a big rock. Like it's really important for me to net 150,000 from our real estate business next year, and then working backwards.
Is it better to have a specific number than just want to be talking about that?
No, and okay, I love that you're saying this because I am gonna go into that because that was a huge goal for Peter's company for a while. Use that. That's a big rock. I love that. And then we're gonna talk about later how we fell forward with a goal like that. And so I'm gonna have you build in and think more about it. Okay. Okay, I love it, guys. Was that helpful to write down your big rocks? Okay. So now we're gonna talk about, we did the big rocks. So now we're gonna talk about entrepreneurial to purposeful status. Guys, I remember when I was like in my 20s and joined Keller Williams, I always heard about this E to P concept. You guys hear about it a lot?
Yeah.
Is anybody kind of like, I don't really get it? Anybody? Like, it's kind of like this thing everybody says, but like, what does that actually mean? Well, an entrepreneurial to a purposeful style, entrepreneurial really reminds me of real estate agents, because a lot of times when we get into this business, we get in for flexibility, freedom, and we love the idea of like growing a business, right? Like that just sounds fun. And a lot of times we have the things like drive and tenacity and grit that will take us so far. And we as real estate agents sometimes aren't the most purposeful people. And I'm not speaking for the whole room. I'm speaking for myself included because I've been there. So I told you guys earlier when I opened up the class that in 2014, we started coaching with Gene Rivers and he said, what? You have to have a 411, right? That was the first step for us to move from an entrepreneurial to a purposeful style. Now, what does that actually mean, right? Well, we started using the systems and tools and understanding why we should do the things we wrote down. A lot of times, I feel like people don't adopt a 411 because they think of it as a report and not a tool. So, I mean, write this down. I think this is important. Report versus tool, because I want you guys to think, am I using this as a report just to give to my coach or give to my team leader or my assistant team leader or my accountability partner or my husband? Actually, your husband should never be your accountability partner. But are you using it as a report or a tool? Well, on our team, and this is like giving me a lot of pain for years, is we would require all of our agents and our operations staff to do a 411. Well, what I found is that most of them were doing it for me and not for them. And so I literally got to the point where I'm like, screw it. I'm not going to ask for it, because if you're only doing it to report to me, I mean, you've got to want this for yourself. You've got to want these goals for yourself. And so you first have to buy into the tool. And you have to use it as a tool and not a report. And I think that's when you have to say personally, like, I have got to move from an entrepreneurial to purposeful status. So what is entrepreneurial? It's just doing what comes naturally to you, right? I like to say easy to painful. Write that down. Because that is what it feels like. It's uncomfortable. It's doing things that don't feel easy. Honestly, teaching this class to you guys today, it's my first time teaching this class, this content. And after yesterday, I feel like I went from E to P, because I taught that class yesterday hundreds of times all across the country. I don't need notes, like I just got it, right? Do you know how much I studied for this class in the past week? Like and that's moving. Trish knows, because every call is like, today I'm time blocking. It was on my calendar, time block, prep for this class, right? It's moving from E to P, because if I was entrepreneurial about this, I would not really have studied. I would have not added my own stories. I would have not added specific statistics and studies to share with you. I would have just regurgitated content from KWU. And how do I make it purposeful and meaningful for you guys? I study and I prepare. And I don't show up and wing it. So let's talk about this. How are you showing up? And I want you to look at this every single day. Think about it. Think about it for a buyer consultation, a listing consultation, showing property. If we're in E, the easy, we're depending on our energy and drive, our excitement and everywhere. We're everywhere. Squirrel, camel, squirrel. Enthusiastic and positive thinking. It's all gonna be okay. I'm gonna wait. It's gonna be fine. I'm gonna get that client. I'm gonna show up for that listing presentation. It's gonna go great. I know them. I call it the flip-flop rule. Like you walk into a listing and you can get it in flip-flops, right? That's okay. But how many of us just walk into every listing and we think it's like a flip-flop listing? Like we can walk in flip-flops and get it, right? We are in that easy state. We rely on our ease and intuition. We rely on our personality. Oh, how many of us do that? And we're emotional and spontaneous. This is where most real estate agents actually end up just living their entire career. And here's what happens, and I think this is really important. So they do what comes naturally, right? And then they hit what? A ceiling. And then what happens? They become disappointed. And they're like, oh man, why didn't I get that listing appointed? Or why didn't I get that listing? Or why did I lose that buyer? And they're disappointed. And then they don't go ask questions like, what could I have done better? How could I have shown up better, Mr. Seller, to have earned your business? Or how could I have showed up better for you as an agent to keep you as a buyer, to help you actually not go use somebody else, right? But instead of that, they don't try to get better. They just are like resigned to the fact that, oh, well, just happened, right? And then they go look for greener pastures, like, oh, I've seen this a lot. And then they go to greener pasture and then they hit a ceiling again because they don't ever become purposeful. I have a really good analogy of this. So early on, 80 and I were really good friends with a lot of agents at Peachtree Road. And several of them left to go to Sotheby's, Atlanta Farms. Yeah. So they left to go to Sotheby's and they called us before the team leader because we were close and they called us. And I had this one conversation, love her to death, still do, still great friends. And she said, Lesley, she said, I'm leaving, she said, because I'm not like you. Like, I just can't manage and lead people. And I said, interesting. I was like, so you don't want an assistant? By the way, this person does tons of business. So she's like, yeah, I'm just not good at leading and managing. Can you tell me more about that, right? Well, I mean, I've hired a couple of people and it just hasn't worked out, right? And so I would just rather somebody else manage that. So you guys, she goes to Sotheby's and every year she pays them about $300,000. And it pains me because here's what I know, and I only use her for this example because this is where she lives. Do you know how many people, do we get it right by getting it right the first time? No. We don't get it right by doing it one time. So this is what happens with most people. If they hire an assistant, anybody have an assistant here? Anybody want to hire an assistant here? Okay. So here's what happens, right? So they say, oh, like I need an assistant. And then they meet someone at a party and they said, my sister's looking for a job. Oh my gosh, divine intervention. I need to hire her. But she's always wanted to get into real estate. This is going to be great. And so they meet and they have like a 30-minute conversation. And she said, this is going to be a perfect relationship. You're hired. You are the perfect person to help me grow my real estate business. So this person comes on, they have no real estate experience, right? No real estate experience. And the rainmaker says, well, I just don't have a lot of time to train you. And so they don't really train them. They have no system for hiring. They have no system for training. And 30 days goes by, and where does this person go? Fired. Out the door. And then the agent says, oh, I've tried that. It's just not for me. I've tried to hire an assistant, but that's just not for me. Well, it is for you, but you have to do the painful things and you have to get uncomfortable. How many times have you taken career visioning? Did you follow a process? Did you spend 8 hours with this person before you hired them? How many candidates did you interview? Did you take their spouse out to dinner? Right? Did you do all these things? Of course not. And then you're going to say that leading and managing people isn't for me. Does this help? You guys have a lot of quizzical faces. Am I being a little too crazy? But here's the thing. If we learn from that hire and we went to purposeful and we focused on the 80-20 principle and goal setting, if we had strategic options, we thought through things, if we had models that we used, hello, MREA, the Red Book, Millionaire Real Estate Agent, if we followed those systems of the MREA back, and if we had accountability, right, we would move to the purposeful status, but we don't. I sometimes think of this, guys, too, as like entrepreneurial to purposeful. When you hit this purposeful, you become a master. Do you guys know how many hours it takes to become a master of something? How many? 10,000. 10,000. Good memory. 10,000 hours to become a master of something.
Depends on which book you're in.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
'cause they were reading that now.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I need to keep
What,
that.
more or less?
No, much more.
Much more.
Oh,
Interesting.
wow.
So I think of this as a real estate team and how specialization has been really helpful for us on our team. Because our buyer's agents don't do listings too. So they do the buyer consult, the buyer consult, the buyer consult, right? And you get to mastery at a higher level quicker when you're only focused on one thing. You just do.
And Lesley, that's the point that was brought up in the book that refutes it. They were saying purposeful practice.
Yes.
That's the difference. When they're saying 10,000 hours, no, it has to be deliberate practice. That's when it applies.
Deliberate. I like that. So where are you guys operating right now? Rhetorical, you don't have to ask. I mean,
We're all here, so you know where we are.
so guys, the 411 is really all about moving from B to B. It's actually putting a purposeful plan in place to move you there. I think we have a new slide. It's not going to happen overnight. And try adding purpose to activities one at a time. If you guys go right now and you try to do all these activities or all these things really well, right? It's not going to happen for all of them. So one at a time. Okay, we're going to do a quick exercise, a group activity. And I was going to divide you guys into 4 groups, but I almost think that's too many. Okay, so here's how I'm going to divide you, and here's the activity. Okay, so you guys, hi, you guys, you see him. Okay, you guys are group 1, 2, you guys can be 3, 4, 5. It's back to row 6. You guys are 7, and you guys are 8 with you guys in. How's that? Okay. Now here's what you're gonna do. Here are the instructions. So I want you guys to get together as a group. Group 1 and 2, you're gonna write down a plan, and you're gonna have one spokesperson to see how you take returning phone calls. How do you move that from an entrepreneurial to a purposeful activity? So I want a plan, right? And we're gonna share it. And then groups 3 and 4, you're gonna do identifying the first 10 calls during lead generation. Oh, I have so many ideas. How do you move that from entrepreneurial to purposeful? Then groups 5 and 6, you're gonna do reviewing monthly financials. How do you move that from E to P? Easy to painful. And then groups, wait, what did I say? 7 and 8, you're gonna do consulting with staff. Okay, how do you move that from E to P? Okay, I am gonna give you guys 10 minutes. Have fun.
Oh. Oh, I guess I wasn't. Just that.
So hopefully I can be helpful.
Question are we gonna take?
How do we take that from?
So just doing that on entrepreneurial basis. Whatever came in, let's just review it. It is what it is, right? Let's just kind of take the numbers. Acknowledge they are, right? Move on to the next level, it's more like, okay, well, but what was our goal? What was our budget? Over, and how are we going to change that? So we're at a profit, fine, if we're at a loss, fine, what got us there? What are we doing to change it?
So you have to implement. The fish bucket. Did you see the fish bucket?
No, I did not.
So yesterday in class, they put 6 buckets. The one that you put money into first. So taxes first, and then after the taxes. So it spills over and it keeps going down the line until you get your investment. So this is being purposeful.
build it up.
It's an open wall.
And what I'm saying right now, I
Backwards.
If it's your first year in business for taxes, they say do 30 or 40% out of your gross. Put that away. Try to put more away.
And
not
for
enough.
me, I'm divorced, so it's like the shoemaker's kids have to choose, right? For me, it's like, okay, well, my first 2 months is income. So yes, absolutely. Perfect. So yes, I would say when we plan, she wants us to right.
Yeah.
For that, I think what I need to do is, what I do, I take all the checks and put them one station at the end of the month. So that is fine, I think that's the step that I need. But what is for that, I would need to open them up. And right now, I just have savings and my personal is in a different account.
But if you have an accounting somewhat program, even if it's an Excel sheet, you have something to keep it correct. So if you have QuickBooks, then yes, you don't have to have necessarily an account, but you have, you know, the total of all these QuickBooks accounts instead of just your bank accounts. And you can allocate. You can do that with your profit as well. You can physically deposit 10,000 into one bank account. You can break that 10,000 up into where you want that income to flow in your books. You still have your end of income, expenses, profit and loss for tax purposes. You can keep an eye budget.
I think for me, I want to bring it back to the big blocks and small blocks. So if first we really have it kind of big my overtime.
And it's just a meat, right? What you should do versus what you want to do is what you really do.
Now, would it be wiser to use leverage and just hire an accountant?
If you get to that level, you can afford that.
In our office, and I just handle it for her and she just lets them use my account. And then we like every month. I don't know what these expenses are.
You guys have like 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
Plans written down, or are we just gonna recycle? Okay.
Unless you just need it.
We all have kind of different ideas. Well, to have, again,
Time
it's
block.
not just, okay, this is the financials, let's go on to next one. It's more of a, this is what happened. This is where we spend our money. Part of our budget, our plan, did we overspend here?
Right. Creating a budget to begin with would make it more purposeful to
Budget
review.
doesn't always mean, a plan.
Right, but actually have like a complicated, or not really complicated, you don't want to complicate. Have a in-depth budget, not just like, I'm gonna spend 20% on
I want to make
business.
10,000.
Right, yeah. So that's entrepreneurial, I think, or just kind of like, I wanna make 10 grand. Yeah. Being a lot more focused on
Okay, 1 more minute.
And
Can I have that?
Yeah, time management.
I'm saying it like that, so everyone
Okay, y'all ready? Okay, how'd you guys, was this good to help you think through moving from entrepreneurially to purposely?
Yes.
I have a bunch of ideas on this, by the way, so I look forward to hearing yours.
Okay.
Do you each have a spokesperson?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay, if you don't have a spokesperson, how's this? The spokesperson in your group is gonna be the person with the shortest hair.
Why don't you do it? Because I didn't even really talk.
Katie and I were at some training out in Austin and they did silly things like that every day. And I was like, it was really fun because you can see like, I mean, you're not gonna use age in this, right? You're not gonna say the oldest person or the youngest person in your group, right? Do that. Okay, group one. How did you guys take returning phone calls and make it purposeful?
Well, we had a spokesperson, but I guess.
Okay, we'll do it. Yeah, no, we had a few ideas. Like, first of all, before you call back, definitely you want to do some type of research. You're gonna work on person, on whatever that issue is that they bring up, whether it's a property or whatever. So definitely doing some research before you call back. So you're just like, hey, maybe Facebook, maybe your database, maybe property, etc. The other thing is time blocking to be able to return those calls. And also having something that sets that expectation with the person who's calling you, whether it's an auto text that goes to them saying, hey, I'm a client, your call's really important to me, I'll get back to you. But setting that expectation that if you don't call them back in 5 minutes, that they're not important to you.
I love that. The auto text idea, y'all, that's really great.
Right, and even on the voicemail, you know, the outgoing message that they get, letting them know that, hey, this is super urgent, text me. You know, I may not be able to return right away, but text me so I can see it. But setting that expectation so that they're not thinking that right away, that they're not important.
Exactly.
And then we also talked a little bit about maybe if you're the agent, you prioritize leads, people that, you know, that you're working with actively as a lead, whereas you could be passing on questions about, you know, a particular contract or other issues to your assistant or to your contract close.
I love it. I love it. I love the texting. So often I feel like we're reactive and not proactive. And so I get this all the time. Like I have agents texting me, hey, I need you. And so I've had, can you call me? Or my team, hey, I need you. Can you call me really quick? And there's no context around it. And so if there's no context, like Trish will even say to me, hey, I need you, but it is not urgent. Call me just whenever you have a break. Like you're really good about that, right? Well, some people are just like, I need you. And my coach, one thing he's really challenged me on, because I'm a people pleaser, is he's like, hey, you got to set boundaries around that or you'll be on the phone all day calling people back. So you need to say, hey, is there anything I can prepare for our call together?
That's good.
So then they have to respond and tell you kind of why. So then you can say, okay, I need to research that house that I'm calling them back about, instead of calling them telling you to research the house, and then you have to call them back again.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, you have time at 2:00. that we can get
Exactly.
together.
And how can I prepare for our call? How can I prepare best for our time together? I love it. Okay, group 2, what y'all got?
All right, we have, first of all, I think set expectations in the beginning of your clients, if you're charged, like, if you don't, they will run you forever, they'll call you.
10 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock in the morning.
I do have a online myself. I will call next day, unless if I'm negotiating, you know, if there's something like that.
Absolutely.
I will not to anybody. Prioritizing the person, prioritizing the call itself. Don't feel the need to forget every single phone call. Delegate, maybe somebody else on the team can help you. You know, this is- you feel like you have to do it all.
Right.
Maybe said, you know, if it's a lender question. The lender's a great person, and I do differ often to lender questions. Like, yeah, I stay in my lane. I'm gonna suggest you call.
Exactly.
And the third one's just time blocking, like a certain time during the day to return all of the calls that. Because you were time blocking your paycheck.
Exactly. Exactly. Y'all know Amber Rutherford, she's a bowl coach, has a team, and she's an OP down in Florida. She has something on her voicemail that I really like, and I know you guys have heard this before. It basically tells you the hours that she's gonna be returning calls. So she says, I will be in appointments until noon today, and I don't think she ever changes it, by the way. I think it just stays this way. But it's like, I will be in appointments till noon today. I'll be returning calls between noon and 1, and then again between 4 and 5. If you reach my voicemail after 7 PM, I'll return your call the next business day. And I think when we're with clients too, in the buyer consultation and the listing consultation, you have to set that up, because you will get texts and phone calls at 10 PM and 7 AM. So we have to say, if we tell them up front that that's not okay, and a lot of us work with friends, right? So they just think we're available whenever we're all the time. And so I think you really have to set it up. And I love that you brought that up. Thank you.
Well, and I'm not afraid to, I mean, like you said, friends or clients that text you at 11 o'clock at night, 11:30. I'm asleep, but I'm up at 5:30. I'm happy to.
Exactly.
What can I have?
Exactly. You know what really works?
I'm sorry, I was.
Turnabout fair play.
No, wait.
Um,
I haven't turned on.
yes, I think what's helped with the iPhone, for those of you that have iPhones, is the do not disturb.
Oh,
Setting
yes.
up your sleep schedule.
I love it.
And so it automatically tells people if they text you. For me, mine is 9 PM every night, and I'm on at 7 AM in the morning, but I don't want, like, that's my schedule. And then they're alerted that your phone's on silence, do not disturb.
Yes, and Lesley, actually, I do the same thing. The first time I meet with my buyers, I invite them. I said, if you're like me, you're in bed, you're looking at homes, it's midnight. Oh, I want to send this to Mary, but, oh, it's too late. I said, my phone turns off at 10 and turns on at 7. You can text me anytime, but between 10 and 7.
Exactly. That's great.
I'm not going to get it, but I will get it first thing in the morning and as soon as I can get to you, but I invite it.
Right.
But set the expectation.
I
at the same
love
time.
that. I love that.
Technical question, with that do not disturb thing, does it mean that you don't wake up to 6,000 texts, or you
No.
still wake up to
Oh,
6,000?
no.
You
they
still
all
wake
come
up
in
to
at
a lot.
7 a.m.
In fact,
They all roll in.
They just know you're right.
Yeah, if your alarm still works. For instance, my dad called me at 10 PM last night, and I went to bed at like 9 because I was up at 4. And so I didn't even hear the call. And then I panicked this morning because he's saving my kids. And I'm like, oh my God, this is my dad's call at 10. But here's the great thing. If you have a favorites list, tech tips with Lesley, tech tips with Lesley. I am not really good at technology, so this is a good thing I can tell you. If I've told my parents this, if they call me back to back, it will come through and ring because it's the second, because they're on my favorite.
Yeah.
So if you guys do that, you can still like have a workaround. It was a butt dial at 10 PM. Gotta love that. Okay. Identifying our first 10 calls of lead gen. How we do it? How do we make it purposeful?
Okay, let's talk about making it purposeful by when you're on those calls, and you're talking to them and you are kind of finding out, lead genning. If they're ready to buy now, you put them in a category. If they're saying 3 to 6 months, you put them in one, and then you go into your models and systems of putting them on a 36 touch or putting them in the system for, to be reached out to so many times and time blocking. Yeah, just making sure you're time blocking.
I love it.
And have your
DTD2.
DTD2, for those of you that aren't familiar with DTD2, anybody not familiar with it, it's okay if you're not. I'm gonna tell you, we use so many of these at Keller Williams, like, oh my gosh. And so I'm gonna slow down and tell you, DTD2 is do the database too. So in the past, we were just talking about, it may have changed. In the past, DTD2 means do 2 letters of the alphabet every week. So if my letter this week was A, then I would go down and contact all of my A's this week and all of my M's this week. I think that's how they have them paired. So I love that. That's the system, right? That's moving it to purposeful. Okay, what'd you guys say?
So we had a lot of our thoughts are more on the front end. of
Okay,
the activities.
great.
And so this lovely lady over here does an A+, so she has already
Can
kind of.
I say, so DTD2 never worked for me. And if it doesn't work for you, don't feel guilty, because I have my aha moment like 2 weeks ago. I never went through my 400 people in my database, DTD2, like all day long. It just drove me crazy. I just put them right before Thanksgiving. I put them into A++, A-, people who moved away, B+, B++, B-, B-, and C, and Z. And
Did somebody make an F?
I know what this is. It's minus. So I went through my whole database in 1 week because it now makes sense to me finally. Today I'm talking to my VIPs, and next day I'm talking to people who I'm going to work who committed for the next year. Finally,
You have your own system.
I have
You
my
just
system.
moved, well, the graph's gone, but you just moved from E to P, right?
Yes, because when you have these 400 people, you have A and W's. One I haven't talked like for 3 years. One I talked, I just closed them, and it just drove me.
You were
crazy.
switching your conversation.
I was switching and I couldn't I just couldn't comprehend it. I just postponed it. I didn't care. I was frustrated. And now it finally makes sense.
I'm glad it works. Sometimes we have to, it's trial and error, like what
Yes.
works for us.
Yes.
So for me, I'm a DTD2 person. Here's the booby trap for me though. I call everyone every quarter. You know when I'm saying the same thing. And so that's what I was going to tell you guys. Identifying the first 10 calls, the hardest part of us picking up the phone is knowing what to say. So I want to know my script and what I'm going to say. So for me, DTD2. Yeah, DTD2 works. Here's why. I say the same thing to everybody. You're invited to our upcoming event, right? And I know what event's coming,
Right.
and then I'm calling to check on them, and it's the same conversation every time. For you, you're having different conversations, and you were
Right.
right. And I love it. Okay. So I think the first step of this, and I would challenge all of us in this room with this, is it's not identifying who you're going to call, it's identifying what you're going to say. And then who you're going to call. Trey, what do you do?
So
go ahead.
the primary thing that you're doing is inviting them to your next event?
And I'm just saying, hey, I was just thinking about you, and I invite them to the next event. I actually ask them how life's going, and then I know something about them from social media, so I go on that, right? Like, your son just had an awesome football season.
He did.
He did, right? I know that, so I'm gonna go to that in the phone call. Do you see what I mean?
Mhm.
And then I'm gonna wrap it up with, and hey, we have this event coming up, and I would love for you and your family or you to join us, right? And then if I know other people that are coming, I'm gonna wrap them in too, like, oh, and so-and-so will be there.
How do you handle if you have a relationship with Trey, but don't know his wife, and you have them in command?
I would just call him.
You would just call him? Nicole made an awesome suggestion for all y'all that are struggling with the DTD2. She's out of her office. She said, do the DTD2 by first name versus last.
We were
That
just talking
way
about
you
that.
touch on both of them, because if you give all your attention to the husband,
Right.
who's the decision maker?
Absolutely, absolutely. If I know them both, I touch them both. Or if I know them both and they're not a phone person, I told you guys this yesterday, I know who's phone and who's not, I will put them both on a text together. Right? Because sometimes that's just easier. Okay, I love it. Okay, let's move on. Reviewing monthly financials. What we got?
So the 6 buckets, focusing on them, I think would make it a lot more purposeful and time blocking always to do the review and make sure you're doing it instead of just winging it. Like, I want to make $10,000 this month and spend $1,000 on advertisement, you know?
Yeah,
So,
reviewing what you actually did
right, tracking.
and tracking it into 6 buckets. For those of you yesterday, we don't have time to go into 6 buckets today, but it's a strategy that we've used personally that's really changed our life and finances. So I love that. It's a system.
It's a budget.
Right.
It's a budget. It's a model.
Did we make it? Did we go over? Did we hit it?
Right.
All that, not just made 10,000, I'm gonna make 12 next month. Okay, made 12, I'm gonna make 13. It's more like,
A system.
what did I do to make that money? Yes,
Exactly.
Yes.
I love it. Anything else you want to share? Okay. if you
Nope,
don't.
I think that was pretty much it.
What about you guys? What you got?
Okay, we said to behave like a top producer. And so that is not spending time on tracking your numbers when you would make more as a real estate agent than as a bookkeeper. But you do need to track your numbers, but use them in a way that is relevant to you. So we talked about somebody that's spending $35,000 a year on marketing. So just knowing that is great, but knowing if it was making $14 for every one you spend, if they were doing the 36 touch, then that makes that number relevant versus just I spent $36,000 on marketing last year. So every month you're kind of not just looking at the numbers, but evaluating them as it's important to you. And you can use QuickBooks or other software to track.
I love that. That's awesome, y'all. Okay, so y'all want to know my strategy on monthly budget, making it personal?
Yes, Miss.
I mean, personal, purposeful.
You have banker parents.
I have a banker dad and 2 granddads that are bankers, so I think it's like built in my genes somewhere, but I did not want to go into banking. Can you imagine me as a banker? Really bad job for me.
Money for you, money for you.
Please, everybody. So when I get my profit and loss statement every single month, I actually schedule a time in my calendar, and it actually goes on my 411 and part of my financials. Is I review it, and here's what I do. It's broken down. My bookkeeper breaks it down into segments for me, and I think this might help you guys. And she shares it on a Google sheet. So I go and I look at every category, and if I know I can spend 9% year to date on lead generation, and I'm at 5%, then I turn it green. Like, I'm within budget. I'm good. If I go to salary, which I'm always high in salary because I just tend to hire great people. Right, and that's okay for me. Like, I'm willing to do that, but for salaries, you can spend 15%. I'm usually at 20. So what color do you think that is?
Red.
Red. And if I'm okay with it, I'm fine with it. But like, here's little things. Like, I know that insurance is a category that I always look at. We're really high right now. Oh God, here we go, back to the insurance guy. We're really high. And I turn that yellow. We're not really high, but we're a little high, and I'll turn it yellow. That means I need to do something about it, right? I need to take action on it. So that's my strategy, and I literally take probably an hour every month and review both businesses.
Did you say
and see
you
where-
have it on a Google sheet?
It is. She does it on a Google sheet for me, and
Probably
she
throws
shares
it
it
out
with me.
from QuickBooks through Excel.
Yeah, she does. And so she shares it with me. I haven't gotten it yet for November. It should be coming any day. And so I usually do that. And it's very purposeful.
Does anyone have a relative or a great insurance agent to refer to her?
How many times am I gonna mention
She's
this in a
open
week?
for business.
How many times in a week am I gonna mention it? Okay, consulting with staff. What y'all got? Okay, good.
All right.
So we came up with consulting with staff, we would have an agenda, this way it's structured. We figured out the frequency, it would be weekly and also daily, we have to do chat, have daily.
That's awesome. That sounds like
my
mine.
group meet as a chat.
Oh, group
Group
meet.
meets that would just tell people what's happening during the week, or if they shout out, they got a listing, you know, that sort of thing, but it's just a general chat system that they can, the team can work with.
I love it. I love it. That's really good, guys. In fact, that's so similar to what we do at the Peters Company. My consulting plan is for time blocking. I determined several years ago that I do all my accountability on Monday. So I lead from 9 to 10 with our coach pouring into us. And then I have Trish at 10, I have Kristen at 10:30, I have my marketing call at 11, I have a buyer's agent at 11:30. And I knock out all accountability on Monday, and it's perfect because it prepares me for our gaps and opportunities for the week. So then I roll into team meeting on Tuesday. I've met with everybody individually, and I know, like, okay, what are our weaknesses last week? Is there anything contract wise we're seeing issues with that we need to talk about, right? And so that is a purposeful plan. I love it. Okay, guys, does that help you with strategies to move from E to B, easy to painful? It really shouldn't be easy to painful. Okay, so we've talked about 80-20 big rocks, moving from E to P. So now I want you guys to pull out your scorecard.
You need to order pizza.
Are you hungry? So give yourself a grade. And I am gonna give you guys, let's take, before we move on to the next section, let's take a 10-minute break. Y'all will be back here at 1:56. Give yourself a break, go take a break. We'll come back at 1:56 and we'll keep rolling. But give yourself a break.
First.
What?
So there's a.
Yep, please.
Oh, is there a machine out there?
What about texting based on, what is it? It is a texting, so can you show how it works?
Sure.
It's so
Well,
hard.
I mean, all I have is my phone, and I do it on my computer. But if you have your computer,
I don't have my computer, so.
you just stand up so I can stretch my legs. No, I'm good right here. So, yeah, texting base, you wrote it down correctly.
Yes, texting based.com.
Correct.
So you pay for it.
And it's like $37 a month.
Okay.
And my database is about 300 or 400, just like yours. And so I focus on one text message a month to my people. And so, what's your name again? Mila. What's your last name? Rishkall. So Mila Rishkall. So I try to make my text personal, not business. So like Christmas is about to come up. And so I already know, like on the 23rd, I'm gonna say, hey, first name, let me be the first to wish you Merry Christmas. Trey Cooper, last name family realtor. And it'll come across, hey, Mila, let me be the first to wish you Merry Christmas. Trey Cooper, Rich Paul, family realtor. And it goes to Lesley, it'll be like, hey, Lesley, let me be the first to wish you Merry Christmas, Trey Cooper, Peters family realtor.
So is your database incoming? Or it is on a spreadsheet?
Spreadsheet.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So it is in a spreadsheet. So how do you transfer your spreadsheet into this text?
What about this?
I entered them. Well, no. We're not, I've had it for like 3 years now, so it's hard for me to remember. But I think when you sign up, they have, it's a database too also. Texting based is a database. It's like a CRM, but they specialize in texting. Correct. So you can just speak with them and see how you can upload your database. But for the most part, I like to manually enter, just so that I can kind of touch people, feel people, know what's going on.
Okay, 2 questions. First of all, when they receive the text, do they receive it from your personal cell number?
No, it's a number
It's
specifically for that.
Specifically for that. Okay,
Correct.
so second question, can you send video or like post like cards through this texting, or it is just text?
Hypothetically, you can, but realistically, you can't, because you can through the software, but the police of text, like the Verizon wireless text message police, when you do stuff like that, they flag it and you have problems sending out mass. What you're doing is sending out mass text messages. Okay, I'm sending out like 300 text messages at one time. So whenever you send out more than 15 text messages, if you start doing like videos, links, websites, and pictures, it flags and gets shut down. So it's best to do simple text. That's why mine is just like Merry Christmas.
Right. So the other question, when you send this text for the first time, or mainly for the first time, do they put the line as the option to unsubscribe?
Yes.
So,
Yes, but so.
you
First
know,
of all,
the thing is when you put that unsubscribe, they actually see that it is not a personal message, that it is like a system.
So what?
So you don't care.
You said that with like negative energy. And don't feel like that. You know, because the truth of the matter is, Mila, you met me here in this class, and you see how you're smiling, you're kind of happy and grateful that I'm talking to you about this. On the 23rd, if I said, hey, Mila, let me be the first to wish you Merry Christmas, you're gonna read that like, oh my God, that's strange. You don't have a personal relationship with me. I mean, you do, but you know, so think about how you would feel. You just met me. I'm coming for contribution. If I send you this text on the 23rd, would you be happy to get it? Well, a lot of people.
You know, the thing is that I work with clients, like my clients are 2 million, but you know, I just cannot afford to lose or pay this client sending it from a different number. I mean, I can work through it from a different number, but with the option to unsubscribe, I just cannot lose my clients like that. Or even have, because you know, my database is in Korean.
You see that Lesley obviously likes it. And I would say 95% of your people, my people like it. People unsubscribe, but
no, I cannot afford it. That's the, you know, I do it all manually. I am sending text manually on the Christmas day.
You have to do what works for you.
Right.
It works well for me. I like
you know, command has really, it is exactly the same like yours, so you don't even have to enter manually. As soon as something is in command, you can do, but you have to pay like $3 for Twilio. They do, but I don't do it just because the first time you send, they have this option to unsubscribe.
But that doesn't bother me.
Right, I mean, it's great
Yeah.
that it works for you. I need to ask Lesley.
Yeah. Take care. Good to meet you.
You're welcome. Did y'all I was asking her, she's like, "Oh, I'm like, we have a Okay, guys, let's get rolling. You guys know what something that's really funny? It's actually not that funny. Is I was so passionate about the first chapter that I spent almost 2 hours of our class on the first chapter. See, the recordings can be really helpful for me. Actually, the rest, guys, we're gonna go through pretty quickly because I feel like chapter 1 really lays the foundation for you. And I think it's really important to spend a lot of time there. And then moving forward, it is, we're gonna get into action a little bit more, and we're not gonna spend as much time on these because they're just easier concepts to grasp. Okay, so in this chapter, we're on chapter 2 in your manual. It should be page 19. Guys, I am so sorry that the copy machine seemed to have some issues and forget some pages. Check with your neighbor if you're missing one. I think they told Chris, so maybe we'll get a few pages. And then if you guys email me afterwards, I will send you the electronic copy of this. Yes.
About how many people need the even
Yeah, raise your hand. Even pages, it seems some people are missing the evens. Yes. 3 or 4. It's like 5. Yeah, it's like there's at least 10, maybe 10, and then that'd be great. Okay, so in this next chapter, chapter 2, we're going to talk about aiming high, which is important. Some of us, I know myself included, I like to achieve my goals because I'm an achiever personality. Back to strength finders. I know what I am, so I have to booby trap me not being like, I don't have to achieve everything, right? And sometimes I set my goals too low. It's like, well, gosh, that goal should have been a lot higher. So we're going to talk about aiming high. We're going to talk about how to set SMART goals, which is going to be really important for you guys on your 411. We're going to talk about goal categories and then building accountability into your process. So speaking of aim high, a goal is an endpoint, a finish line. Should we stop when we reach the goal?
No.
What do?
Set a new goal.
Set goals that place the finish line far, far away. And then when we hit it, we set a new goal. Someday goals or big goals keep us moving towards our highest potential. So I'm going to tell you a quick story about failing forward in this. And this 10%. That was your goal. Top 10% for the market center. Okay, we're going to line right here because you're going to see what I mean. So in 2017, the Peters Company said, we want to be the #1 team in the Southeast region. And it's not just Andy and I saying that, it is the whole team of people. Like everybody is super pumped about this goal. We're going to be the #1 team in the Southeast region. So 2017, guess what? We didn't hit it. 2018 comes. The end of the year, you guys, it was like the skin of our teeth. And we made it. We're the #1 team in the Southeast region. We celebrated. It was amazing. And we goal planned for the next year. And you know what our goal was? #1 team in the Southeast region. Because we thought our competition was really stiff and we barely made it. And we just wanted to hold on to that title. So instead of setting a goal that would push us farther and make sure we hit it, we just kept the same dang goal. Talk about dumb. That was so dumb, because then we fall on our face in 2019, right? And I don't even think we were close to number one. I mean, we were probably number 5. And then fast forward the next year and we're like number 7. And sometimes I tell you this because remember when I said before, the why you did it is so important. Well, if you've never done something before, achieving it that first time is amazing. And then something happens when you hit it. It's just like, okay, well, I've done that, right? Like, what's next? So if we don't make a big goal, a someday goal of what do we aspire to next, then we're going to reach the finish line and we're just going to finish. We're just going to stop, right? We're not going to keep going after it. So we need to think about our someday goal, our big goal. So I love when you brought up top 10% because I love it. So if you make the top 10% in 2023, when you make the top 10% in 2023, what's the next goal? So I want you guys to think like that. When I achieve this, what's the next goal? What's the next goal for me, right? So if you guys look at page 20, hope you all have it. Oh my gosh, please let you all have it. There's an exercise and it's just a self-assessment and it says select a key area of your business. You can say net income, gross income, structure of your organization, number of people on your team, right? And I want you to think about what your someday goal is for this business. And it says in parentheses, where and how do you see your future self? And I love that question about future self. I think.
I don't see where you are.
Oh, you don't, you got.
We don't have it.
Oh,
Do y'all not have it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, right here, guys. It's number 2.
okay.
Under directions, number 2, it says, what is your someday goal for this business? Y'all see it? And where and how do you see your future self? I would like to look at future self in 2 ways. Sometimes I use 5 years, sometimes I use 10 years. But I want you guys to say, you're sitting in the coffee shop with me. We're at Starbucks in 10 years. And it has been the best 10 years of your life. What happened in your business? What happened? What'd you say?
I'm retired.
Okay, it's still good.
I know a team. I mean,
Exactly, it's still good. Okay, so I like that. Okay, so what's your someday goal in your future self? And now then you're gonna plug in. So I think of someday as like 10 years. That's just me personally. 5 years is number 3. Then 4 is 3-year goal. And then 5, what does that break down for this year? So I'm just gonna give you guys a couple of minutes to write those, okay? A few minutes. Who got me coffee? Somebody?
I remember too, one payment once one day, I mean, I know it's small.
I need you guys. I'm actually taking a picture of this. extra copies. So you'll get a material. Catch you up. And remember, y'all, it's just one big goal, and then kind of you see what it's leading you to. Kind of break it down. Okay, guys, we're gonna move on. This is something, if you didn't finish this portion, I highly recommend coming back to this, and you may have time to come back to this when we do the 411. To just give you a little help though, seeing the bigger and breaking it down. Our team's appointment goal this year was something crazy. Our appointment goal was crazy. And so, I mean, I looked at it, 600 and something appointments, 655 or something, maybe more. No, I'm not great at math in my head. And I looked at the goal and I was like, oh my God, we're never going to hit that, which is terrible to think that in your head, right? And so what this is trying to get you to do, guys, is break it down. And then it ended up being 54 appointments a month and only 13 appointments a week. And how many appointments did we have last week, Trish? It was crazy. It was like 14. And we hit the day goal. So the point here is when you look at this like huge auspicious goal, you're like, what in the world, right? I can't hit that. I can't achieve that. And our mindset needs to be, I will achieve that. I just have to break it down and hold myself accountable to it. And the 411 is clearly the reason we do that for the 411. You know, back to that story about hitting a goal while you guys were riding, I was thinking about in 2018, we were the #1 real estate team, and then we in the Southeast region, and we weren't the next year. And, you know, so often when you hit a goal, you think like, oh my goodness, it's just like the best thing ever, right? And you think that you're going to achieve like extreme happiness by hitting that goal. And you know what I was reminded this week? We watched this amazing, for those of you that follow me on Facebook, you might have seen it. We watched Stutz. Have you watched it? Not yet. On Netflix. It's called Stutz. Jonah Hill interviews. Did you watch it?
Started, didn't finish.
What is it called again?
Stutz, S-T-U-T-Z. So Jonah Hill interviews his therapist. And throughout this whole, I mean, documentary, you guys, it's really good. This word that Gary, or this quote that Gary Keller says over and over again is like going through my head. It's like, happiness does not happen in the end. Happiness happens on the way to fulfillment. And if I would write that quote down, like that's something that I want on my vision board, and I thought about it this week, like I've got to add that, like happiness happens on the way to fulfillment. Not when you reach that final goal or destination, but it's the process of it, right? So when you're making these big goals, like it's not just when you achieve it that you're gonna be like so happy. Think about all the moments along.
I was gonna say vacations. Planning the
Yes.
vacation, the anticipation, and the here's what we're gonna do, and packing and
Yes.
all that stuff. The vacation's great, but it's all that time that was.
Yes, the preparation, the leading up to the plan. That is a really good analogy for personally. I love that. Okay, so let's switch goals and let's switch goals. Let's switch your goals up. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes. Happiness happens on the way to fulfillment. Happiness happens on the way to fulfillment. I love that quote. And I can hear Gary saying it all the time. Like, you guys get so stuck on the goal and you don't think of all the things in the process of hitting that goal where you were truly happy. And that Phil Stott's interview, you guys, he has Parkinson's disease now.
Oh, wow.
And he, anyway, I'm not gonna tell you more. Just go watch it and tell me what you think, because I thought it was really amazing. And a lot of this stuff will be relevant since you guys have seen this. So let's talk about, everybody's heard of SMART goals. Work smarter, not harder, okay? Work smarter. Okay, what is SMART? Specific. We have to have a tangible, specific goal. An example for this is, I want to be healthier next year. What in the world does healthier mean, right? Like, that is not a specific goal. Okay, how could we, well, actually, we're not gonna do that yet. We're gonna do it in a minute. Measurable. You need something that you can measure, and you can measure throughout. It has to be quantifiable. You need to know if you're on your way to hitting it. It needs to be action oriented. The best goals drive you to take action to do something. Like go, do, be. Realistic. Okay, let's talk about this one then. So the achiever personality in me wants to be really realistic. Anybody else like that? Yeah. And I'm like, I love hitting it. Get that shot of dopamine when I check it off, right? So they need to be realistic, but not pessimistic. And the most empowering goals require a stretch to achieve them. Ask yourself what the probability of accomplishing each goal is. Now, here's the key. Next to realistic, write 50-50 chance of hitting the goal is best. Next to realistic, you want a 50-50 shot of hitting it because it's not too easy and it's not too hard. You want a 50-50 shot. So we are going to do a big group exercise on this. Wait.
Lindsay, do you mind going back? That's one of the missing pages.
Is that the missing pages? Yes. You guys, our copy machine must be on the fritz here.
I think it just. I'm missing that.
You're missing that too. You guys, what a bummer. Okay. Does anybody have page 21?
Yeah.
Trey, what does it look like for you? Okay, I hate y'all don't have this page because this is a really good one. Shoot fire. It's not on this either. It's just in my manual. So I'm gonna kind of do this exercise really quickly. By the way, I have to have you guys evaluate me for KWU and send me your evaluation. I did not make the copies. I cannot control the copy machine. I'm so sorry. And you guys, I'll write my email address on this at the end, and I will send you all this whole thing. Y'all can, every one of you can email me, and I'll send it to you. Okay, so the group exercise that we're going to just quickly talk about is we're gonna make these goals better. This goal says 8 seller listings. If your neighbor has this, look on with them, by the way. If you don't have it, see if your neighbor has it. Anybody? It says the example goal is 8 seller listings. How can we make that better? What is missing in that? Specifics. By when? By when? Oh, yes, okay. It's not time bound. Okay, what else?
any dollar amount, there's 8 townhouses and then there's 8 million houses.
8 listings.
What is?
Oh, you're the best, Chris.
What are you trying to accomplish?
Right.
with this listing?
There's no action, right? So what that one's missing is no action. So on number 2, it says 8 seller listings. You should instead say, take 8 seller or listing agreements. That's an action. Take 8 seller listing agreements every single month. That would make it time bound. Okay, let's go to the next one. This next one says, attend all KWU courses. Wow. Do you guys know how many KWU courses there are? A lot. Okay, so that is not realistic. So what I would encourage you to do on that one is maybe 5 this year. So that's a great goal.
Pick a focus.
Yeah. Pick your growth plan. By the end of the year, I will have taken these 5 classes and be very specific. The next one is recruit, hire, and train a new buyer specialist. Recruit, hire, and train. Woo! That, you talk about, oh my gosh, guys, that's not realistic. So here's what I would use instead for a SMART goal. For me, and this is what I actually do. On my 411, if I'm hiring someone, it says have 5 phone interviews a week. Have 5 phone interviews a week. Have 5 phone interviews a week. Or here's another one. Have 3 buyers agents, or have 3 career visioning processes going on at the same time. So CV is what I call it. I don't know. CV is career vision. Career vision, 5 buyer specialist candidates a month.
Career visioning in a KW.
It is a KW class, and it walks you through how to hire people. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. Okay, the next one. We're just going to go fast on these because I want to make sure we get to everything. Travel to Europe. Well, number 1, it's not time bound and it's not specific where in Europe, right? Right. Okay, the next, number 6, please, just someone educate me on this. What in the world? It says receive feedback from ACL. What's ACL?
Leadership.
I
think it's supposed to be ALC.
ALC, is that what it is?
You think it's supposed to be ALC?
Yeah.
Well, I thought this must be personal. Receive feedback from my torn ACL. Number 1, the problem with that is I don't even know what ACL is or what they're talking about, and it's not action oriented. How are you going to receive feedback? I'm going to call 5 people this week on the ALC for feedback on how I'm doing. I don't know. That's a better goal. Okay, implement a 33 touch plan. What's wrong with that one? It's not specific or action oriented. Well, that's not 36, and it's not specific and it's not action oriented. So for me, I rewrote this as record a seller focused blog for email newsletter and social media. That would be my goal for the week.
You said that again?
I said record a seller focused blog for email newsletter and social media this week. So that would be what I'm doing in the 36 touch, making it SMART, specific, measurable. Did I do it or did I not, right?
Yes.
And then I love this one. They keep coming back to us with relabeling all the files. Y'all notice that? They're like, relabel all the files in the lateral filing cabinet.
Weekly.
Weekly.
Aren't people moving digital?
Yes. You can tell this was written a while ago, right? You know what I put on this one? I'm not gonna make this smarter because that's not a goal. That's a to-do list. That's a checklist item, right? Okay. Okay, here's the good stuff, guys. It's what you've been waiting for. Set aside. I think of that, when I looked at that goal, I was like, that's not a goal. That's like a maintenance position, right? Like that's maintaining my business. That's like a checklist item. And by the way, guys, checklist for me, I brought this to show you guys. I told you I'm a checklist person and I turn the page every week, but this is my checklist and I keep it with me at all times. If it's my purse, my bag, this is not my 411. This is just this crap I gotta do to like make my life run, right? Not my 411, it's actually my big goals that I have to do. So this to me is just like, so I think you guys should think through that though. Like they're separate, and what system works for you with your checklist versus your 411. Okay. So we're gonna use role-specific categories as placeholders on your 411. I know there are a couple people in here that are not real estate agents. How many non-real estate, or, and I don't mean non-real estate agents, because you are real estate agents, but you don't work with buyers or sellers. How many people do I have that don't work with buyers and sellers? Okay, couple. Okay, good. This is.
I work directly to buy and sell.
Okay, so here's the great news about this. Y'all, Keller Williams has basically created 411 examples for almost every position. So most of you are agents. So right now we're going to talk about agents. But if you look in the back, there may be one that's more similar to your role. But we're going to kind of focus on agents right now. But you are welcome. Like scroll to the back. I even think there's a team leader one sample. So when we get there, there's other ideas for you, not just agents. But this is what I want you to really look at is on page 22, did we figure out our page situation? We got all our pages now? Yeah. Hallelujah, glory be. Thank you, Chris. Okay, on page 22, these are actually the 8 goal categories for the mega agent, and all of these should be on your 411 in some way to track. Number 1, guys, is leads. I think of leads as being the leading indicator. If I am not hitting my goals, the first thing I'm going to look at is my leads. I don't have enough leads. The second thing is listings. I want you to write next to listings, you want a 50-50 balance. So if you want to close 24 transactions next year, MREA, Millionaire Real Estate Agent, would tell you that 12 of those should be listings because we want to balance business. Why? Here we go to balance, not the 50-50 balance. Why do we want the same amount of listings as buyers? Because what do listings drive? Buyers. So we should pick up a buyer from every listing. So 50-50 is the goal. And then contracts written. Next to this, we are heading into a shifting market, right? Anybody see the MMO?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, 90% more inventory than a year ago. Can't wait for y'all to look at that, dive into it. So next to contracts written, so this is how many contracts do you need to write per month to make your goal at the end of the year? This is not how many you need to close. So I want you to write, prepare for a 20 to 25% fallout in a shifting market. So if you need to bind 3 a month, if you need to close 24 transactions a year, if that's your goal, then you're going to have to bind 3 a month, right? It's going to be like 2.5, but round up. You can't find 2.5 deals. You guys, we are really seeing this on our team. We track terminations every single week. Terminations are ticking up right now. So when you're planning for next year, don't say, I just need to bind 2 a month, 2 a month, 2 a month to hit 24. That is not going to help. Because you cannot control fallout. You can in some ways by setting your clients up for success, and in a shifting market, you're going to have a little more fallout. Okay, the 4th one, contracts closed. So how many contracts do you want to close? The 5th one is money. And next to this, you can track in different ways. Andy and I are really big on tracking profit. A lot of agents track their gross commission income, the number of months, the amount of money they make. Some agents track their net, right? I really like to know how much profit I'm pulling every year, and my goal is always profitability. 6 is people. How many people? Who do you need on your team? Do you need an assistant? Do you need a buyer specialist? Who do you need? Or do you need a contract to close company? We got one in here, right? Or do you need a listing? Do you need listing help? Or do you need a marketing company to help you? The next one is systems and tools. Here's one. Here's an example for you of a system or tool. Are you in command? Are you using it? Right? Are you lead generating every day? Are you doing DTD2? That would be a big one to hit your goal, right? For me, I knew that our database would not sustain us through a shifting market and the agents we have. Because our database is average 40 somethings in the house that they're staying in forever. Or they could stay in until the downturn, you know. So what I did is I just went and got a lead platform, and that was a system that's going to drive more business for our team next year. So what system or tool do you need, right? And then the last one is education. Gary and Keller Williams did a study several years ago. It's awesome. They studied all the mega agents in Gary's mastermind group, and they tracked how many days they were in a classroom per year. And they found that the average mega agent was in a classroom 52 days a year. 52. So we came back, this was several years ago when the study came out. We came back and we asked our team, we said, do you guys think you're in a classroom 52 days a year? Or do you think we are? And they said, oh yeah, probably more. And I think that is a huge aha for us. And this goes back to, I love that you brought this up earlier. You're like, I feel like I'm wasting time when I'm in a classroom. And think about how much further we can get faster if we take advantage of the learning-based opportunities here at Keller Williams. I mean, we're in the best place ever, guys. We are so lucky to have everything we have and all the classes and tools we can use. So what is your growth plan next year? If you're going to hire your first assistant, you need to take career visioning. If you have never had a very purposeful business, you need to go to business planning next week. And you need to spend the whole day there planning your business, right? If you're having a really hard time with habits, Atomic Habits needs to be on your reading list, right? What is your education plan? And these categories are going to be really helpful for you. Each week for me, I look at categories on my 411. Actually, I do this every month, and then I kind of place them. But I look at the categories and make sure I've covered all these things. Am I doing my education every month? Do I need any new systems or tools that are missing that would help me hit my goal next year? Just like I told you the lead story. So these are helpful, and you're going to want to keep those, okay? And then you have to build in accountability, guys, because most of you, any of you in this room can do this. We just have to have the proper accountability in place. And a lot of us fight that, right? We don't want the accountability. And I love this quote. I think it's in your book too. It says, if it's to be, it's up to thee. If it's more you want, be accountable to me. That's so true. Like, how can we be more accountable? Because accountability is what improves performance. So who are you reporting your activities in your progress to? How many of you have coaches in this room? Okay. Good. So if you have a coach, are you sharing your 411 with them on a weekly basis? So I'll tell you, let's see the accountability. Oh, it's not in here. So on page 23, guys, you'll see the accountability process, the cycle of accountability in your book, the diagram. And I love this diagram because accountability is really, accountability is really about defending your activities to an objective observer. When you know that you have to have your 411 in every single week, do you think you're going to waste time at Home Goods on a Thursday when you have an hour and just roll through the store and shop? No! You're going to sit in your car if you have 30 extra minutes and you're going to make phone calls, right? If you know you have to report your numbers to someone else, that's what will change your life. So look at the accountability feedback loop. We set goals, then we have to do the key activities that we just talked about. Then we have to measure them. How do we measure them? On our 411. Then we have to evaluate, like, okay, I did those key activities. We got 64 leads last week. Why did we only get 10 appointments, right? So that causes you to evaluate. You got to think through, okay, well, I hit that number, yet I didn't hit the next number. That's weird. So I've got to evaluate then I have to make adjustments, and then I have to set another goal. So this feedback loop is so important. I love this. It says success is determined 10% from clarity on your goals, 10% from specificity of your action plan, and 80% from having accountability. 80%. Okay, so if you guys, I want you to hear that. If you guys don't leave here today with accountability or a way to build in accountability into your life, how are you gonna hit your goals?
Where is that?
10% from
Is that
clarity.
written anywhere in here?
It's not written in yours.
All right.
Let's write it down. Okay, you'll write it down. It says success is determined 10% from clarity of your goals. 10% from specificity of your action plan. And 80% from having accountability. Guys, accountability is the most important piece. So 10% from clarity, 10% from specificity of your action plan, and 80% from accountability. So here's the interesting thing about that is I've learned a couple of things that bulletproof accountability for me, and hopefully they'll help you. How many of you have agent friends in the office that could be your accountability partner? If you do not have a coach, could you have an accountability call every week for 30 minutes with someone in your office? And you share your 411 with them. Now, here's the trick. I'm going to tell you have one person. I'm really going to tell you to have two. You know why? You need accountability groups of 3. And here's why. Because if you just have 2, Pam and I will talk every single week, and I'll say, oh, Pam, here's my 411. And she should be asking me questions about my 411, right? She should say, okay, well, why did you do this week? What would it look like if you had done that this week, right? Well, then after like 6 weeks, Pam's gonna go soft on me. But if you have 3 people in the group and it's not just the 2 of us, then there's more accountability. Because there's gonna be somebody that grounds you, right? So for Andy and I, several years ago, we brought in a leader in the theater company in our organization to our 411, and we emailed it to her every single week. And then on Monday, the 3 of us would hop on our call. Well, I was accountable because if I expected her to do her job, then I sure as heck needed to make my 55 lead gen calls a week, right? I wasn't not going to do my 55 calls and share it with her on Sunday night. Well, then we booby trapped it even more. Now, Andy shares his with his entire GLG director staff, all the team leaders, all his directors. I'm not on the GLG side, so I don't do that. I should. They would hold me accountable. He shares his every Sunday night with all of them.
Sounds like mega bold.
And you know who was one of the first people every week to hit Andy back and say, you didn't achieve this. Like, what happened this week? And give him a hard time about it, which is what we all need, by the way, is Aubrey. Aubrey and Andy will hold each other accountable. And sometimes, guys, it's about personal stuff. Like Andy will call Aubrey and say, hey, what happened to your daddy-daughter date night this week? Why didn't that happen, right? But we need accountability in our life or we're never going to hit our goals. So who is going to be accountable for you? So go to your scorecard and really quickly fill out your scorecard for chapter 2. How are you doing on accountability in your life right now? And how can you make improvement? Okay. let's move along. This is what you came for. We are going to look at and create your 411. Here we go. Okay, I had to explain this to you, by the way, in the beginning. You asked me, and I was so glad you did, right? It's what is a 411? Because we spent this whole 2.5 hours talking about the 411, and then this class never tells you what it is until this page right here. So this is what it is: 4 weeks, 1 month, 1 year. So if you guys look at page 26, let's just walk through the format of the worksheet. You'll see up top your annual goals and the year. You guys, I actually have a digital version of this. If you go to KW Connect and you're a digital person, I create mine digitally. You can use paper, and we provided those for you today. But if you look at your annual goals, you have job, business, personal, financial, and personal. This is where everybody gets hung up. They say, what is the difference between job and business? That is so confusing. And it's confused me too for years. Here's the difference. Job is something you do individually, and business goals are the goals participants and their teams will do together. So for example, I don't sell real estate anymore. My team sells real estate. So my job is not to have 14 appointments per week. That is my team's job. That's my team's goal. So that would go under business because I don't individually do those, but I track them because I'm holding them accountable to it. I know that our team needs 200 leads every single month to generate the amount of closings we need to meet our goal. So every month, that's going to be a business goal for me, not a personal goal, because I am not working the leads. Does this make sense? So it's broken down. I will tell you, and I'm giving you an option here. There are 2 different philosophies around this. If you're an individual agent and you don't want to break down job and business because virtually they're the same, did you guys see the extra handout I gave you with a 411? This, I gave you this one because I wanted you to see the difference. This is what I used for years and years and years and years and years before I actually had a team, right? This is the one I use. So for some of you, you may say, I'm going to use this one. It doesn't have personal and personal financial, and I would add that. So if you're going to use this one, add those categories and just do job, personal, personal, financial. If you have a team, you want to do the business one as well. Okay, so next to annual, turn to page 27, y'all. Let's see what your page 27 looks like. Now y'all got me paranoid. Yes, okay. You have page 27. Now you have me paranoid about, okay, follow along. So on page 27, I just want you to underline or star these key components. Under annual goals, it says you should set aside 1 to 3 days each year to think about and crystallize these 1-year goals. And I believe that to be true. You can't make this happen in 1 day. So for Andy and I, we've already signed up for the One Thing couples goal setting retreat next year. And we're going to Arizona. Finally, I'm going to do it for years. I finally just said, I'm paying for it. I did it last month. And we're going, and that is 3 days committed to planning your year for the next year. If you have a spouse or a good friend that you could do this with, so you can plan together. Like, I think this would be an awesome idea. Or if you have a business colleague that you're like, hey, let's go to our goal plans together and let's go away for a weekend. Trish actually said she's going to Hilton Head this weekend. And she's like, I'm coming to this class, she said, because my husband and I are going to goal plan this weekend. They own a ton of investment properties. Like, I mean, how cool is that? Like, you need a weekend or time away for thinking time to really think about, what do I want to achieve in 2023? And then I want you to look down at monthly goals. You should set aside 1 to 3 hours each month to rethink and further refine your monthly goals. Guys, I do it every week. I did it last week because I do 4 weeks. So like November ended in the middle of a week. So I had that as my November 411. I finished up the first few days of December. And then every Sunday night before the first of the month, I recreate, and it takes me 1 to 3 hours depending on where I am. I'm looking at leads, I'm looking at appointments, I'm looking at all of that, and you should do that every month. Then flip to the next page, weekly goals. You should set aside a half to 1 hour each week to form goals for the coming week. And here's gonna be my fell forward moment on this. Plan 1 week at a time. Don't plan multiple weeks. Don't turn the calendar for December and go type out, I need 50 leads this week, 50 leads next week, 50 leads this week, 50 leads this week. Why not?
Is it similar to
Might
what
change.
happens when you hit the goal?
It's gonna change. It's changing, right? If I don't hit 50 leads this week, then what do I gotta do?
You gotta
Add it to next week. You got
Got
it,
it.
girl.
Got it.
So only do 1 week at a time. If you don't, it's cheating. Cheating, cheater, cheater.
Good to know.
So your weekly goals, like all of your monthly and annual goals, guys, remember, this is not a to-do list. If it makes your 411, it's a have-to-do list. These are like not a checklist item. If I don't call that person back, I'm calling back next week because it's I need a plumber at my house, right? This is like, I actually have to make 11 contacts today to meet my weekly goal, to meet my monthly goal. So the next part of this is actually your 411. So what I want to do is I want to give you guys a few more tips, and then we're going to come back to this for the last 10 minutes because I want to walk around and help you and ask. If anybody has questions, I can come around the room while you're kind of thinking about it. So we walk through what annual goals, monthly goals, and weekly goals look like. For annual goals, you're obviously thinking about the big rocks. Monthly, you're breaking down them into monthly increments. And then weekly, you're planning 1 week at a time. And you're identifying 6 to 8 measurable activities. Here's the thing. A lot of people fail on this because they put like 20 things on their 411 every week. And the problem is those 20 things, half of them should be on your checklist, right? Not on your 411. So I want you to ask yourself these questions. What is it that you want to accomplish? How are you going to achieve it? And when are you going to accomplish it? So it's given you an actual 411 here. I gave you extras because I wanted you to have extras. I would do this with a pencil, maybe. I know you probably only have a pen, but when you go home and you're really thinking through this, you're gonna erase. Or you can do it digitally by actually looking it up on KW Connect. So there is a sample 411 for a mega agent, and there are a lot of errors for this. Do you guys have that? You should. Page
Yeah.
33. This would be a good one for you guys to kind of look at while you're doing yours, but knowing that there are errors. Y'all, how do we only have 15 minutes left? They said this is a half-day class, and I think we can make it into a whole day. I want you guys here for a whole day.
You better bring food.
Bring food, yes. Yes.
Well, throw a mutiny.
I love it. Okay, so really quick before I let you guys just have a few minutes to work on your 411, and I'll walk around and answer any questions you have. Let's talk about time blocking. If you guys go to page 36, what you'll find is the most difficult challenge of managing your activity isn't knowing what to do, it's actually doing it. And there's a couple of things just that I highlighted that I want to point out to you guys. Remember that you're in a business, not busyness. So many of us create busy things for us to do so we can justify not hitting our goals. I was too busy doing this, busy doing that. Remember, time block for the business. Don't time block your entire schedule. And then block and protect periods of time for the most important things. But don't time block every minute of your day or week. Andy and I have this ongoing argument because he is a maximizer personality on the strength finder. So he likes to block every portion of his day and he leaves no blank space. Well, what happens every day? Do things arise? That you have to, you guys are in the service business. We've got to have time to service people when they need us. So for me, I'm really big on leaving white space in my calendar. And then another thing I'm big on that's a trick for you guys is I leave Fridays as my like catch up day. I leave Fridays pretty open and I try purposefully, do not schedule things on Fridays because that's the day I want to really leave for the things I didn't accomplish early in the week. The big rocks on my 411. And then the last one is block non-negotiable time throughout your week. And if you erase, you must replace. And you guys, you have to build in flex time and fun time. You have to build in family time. Put it on your calendar. Put it there. I'll give you a couple of tricks that I've learned over the years in time blocking. Take this off here. Be purposeful about the items you list on your calendar. So when you're scheduling appointments with clients, and the new agents are terrible at this, and I was a new agent one day and I was awful at it, I would say, I would be so excited that I got a buyer lead. I would say, oh, great, what time can you meet this week? What time can you meet? Great, what's your schedule like? Instead, when we're time blocking, why don't you put a 10 o'clock and a 5 o'clock appointment in every single day? And you say, great, I have availability on at 10 o'clock or 5 o'clock tomorrow. Which one of those would work for you? And don't tell them about your personal life and everything else. If you have to pick up your kids at 5, don't say it. Say, I have an appointment at 5 o'clock, so I could do 2 o'clock tomorrow. Give options, right? That's the best way for time blocking. And then be thoughtful about which activities are best blocked at which times. I want you guys to think about the week, right? Real estate agents are typically busy certain days a week. Saturday and Sunday are our busy days. Analyze what your week looks like. For me, when I was in production, I always looked at Wednesdays as being kind of the middle of the week, the dead time, and not a lot went on. So I would actually tell my clients in a buyer or listing consultation, and Mr. Seller, I would set them up. Remember we were talking about that with phone? I would say, I answer phone calls until 7 o'clock. Of course, if we're negotiating, I will absolutely be available to you. Otherwise, I'll return your call the next day. And just to let you know, I do work Saturdays and my days off this week. My days off are Sunday and Wednesday. And so then I've told them up front what my off days were. And you know what they would do? They would actually call me and say, hey, Lesley, I know you're off tomorrow, but can we see this house on Thursday? If you train people how to treat you, they will. But we don't time block our schedules well. And so we let our clients run all over us. And it's our fault. We don't set expectations and time block our own schedule. And so for me, and I love it, our new listing agent, he's not that new. I mean, he's not new to real estate, he's just new to our team. He actually puts appointment blocks in his calendar every single day. And that's what he offers people. And otherwise, you're going to find that you're going to be meeting with people at 8 o'clock at night after their kids go to bed. And that's no life to live. And you will burn out fast. So time block your schedule.
Don't you have to be prepared to, I mean, I think after several years, I have to be prepared to, I hate to say this, but like lose a client. If you have
You
to
may
protect
have
your
to.
Sunday, because it is.
It's your sacred time.
You know, before I would.
It's personal life, right?
Anything, yeah.
It goes back to you have to put your oxygen mask on first before you can service others to the best of the ability. And there's some clients that aren't worth it.
And I like what they say, you have to set your standards.
Yes, it's your
I
standards.
don't work Saturdays, period.
Yeah,
It's
you
my
set
standard.
your standards and people will either work around them and or they won't, and that's up to them.
Yeah.
Be diligent. Be diligent about not allowing anything to steal time you have dedicated. I can't tell you how many soccer games I missed because I would run show a house to a client. I would give anything for those days back. Guys, we have to prioritize the time blocks. We already talked about if we erase, we must replace. And we have to be consistent with our schedule and just set people up. We are not gonna do the time blocking activity.
What does it mean if we erase, we must replace?
So let's say emergencies happen, right? Emergencies come up. Some, I don't know, the lockbox isn't working and there's a listing agent there and they are a buyer's agent to show and you're the listing agent and they really want to get in and see the house, but the lockbox is broken. Well, oh my gosh, you may have to run across town and get that door open. So then whatever you are not doing that you're supposed to, you're gonna have to move that to a different time of day. Does that make sense? When we erase something on our calendar of importance, we must replace. So I would love for you guys to, we have 10 minutes and we can kind of, you guys can kind of have an option here on what we do. I'm gonna let you choose. We can either start working on your 411 right now and you guys can start filling it in and I will walk around and I will help you for the next 10 minutes. I'll even stay late if some of you have questions and want to do that. Or we can finish some more material just to end the class that will help you later to create the 411. Material. This is sad that they told me 3 hours and y'all could do a 411 and we can't. See, this is why this recording is just for me, not for everyone else. Because this class is going to become a 4-hour class, just so you know. Just so you know. See, the things we learned. Okay. I'm glad you guys say finish the class. If you're
I was gonna say, work on the 411.
You were.
I feel like I was the only one.
I'm sure there's some everyone definitely needed Trey 10 years later. What?
Yes.
It's even more ridiculous if you don't have it after 10 years.
Okay, let's do this. Raise your hand if you want to work on the 411 right now. Okay, raise your hand if you want to finish the delegation material. Okay. Guys, if you want, I make a promise to you, seriously, if you want to stay with me and do the 411, I will stay late for all of you. And I will individually walk around and help anyone who wants to stay with their 411, and I am here for you, as long as you give me a bathroom break. Does that sound good?
Sounds like.
I'm serious. If you don't have anywhere to be, like, we will stay here and we will work on your 411 because I do not want to make promises that I don't deliver on. So,
Thank you, Lesley.
you are so welcome. Okay. Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. I want you guys, I want to set you up for success in 2023. Okay, so we talked about time blocking, which is going to be really important. And setting your key activities. We're not going to do this exercise, but here's what I want you to think about for time blocking. Think about what your morning should look like. So at 8 a.m., personally, I think you should be lead generating for 2 hours from 8 to 10, because our phones in real estate typically don't ring until 5 anyway, right? So what does your time block schedule look like? In the afternoon, if you have to pick kids up, then maybe your last appointment needs to be 1 or 2 o'clock. This is for you personally. Think about what your days look like. When you start this, guys, there are going to be things you change that just don't work for you. So try different things out. What works, Amy, hey, what works for you doesn't necessarily work for me, right? You guys heard about this. He fills up all his time block and then at the end of the day, I would be exhausted, right? And Andy's still charged and ready to go. So what works for one, what won't work for the other? And then we have to create a not to-do list. We're going there. Oh, I had this question during break and I loved it. And I told you we're going to get there really quick. So many of us are people pleasers. We got into this business because we love people and we want to do everything for our clients. And a lot of times those things actually infringe on our life, right? Our personal life, we miss personal things in our life. And a lot of times there's things in our life that are just busy things. So one of the best things I was given by my coach one time is he said, I want you to think about all the things you don't like to do and you don't want to do. And I want you to write all of those things down. And is there a person who could do that for you? So think through that. What should you not be doing? If you're not at a point right now that you can hire your first assistant, could you hire a transaction, contract the close contract management company. Yes.
There's a great book out, if you guys haven't read it, called Who Not How.
Yes, that is a great book.
All those things.
What's it
We're
called?
delegating.
Who, not how. Who, not
How am I
how.
gonna do this? It's who's gonna do it.
Yes. So create a not to do list. And I think that's crucial, guys, because there are all things we don't need to do. An example of this is if you have to mow your grass on Sunday or Saturday, and you have to tell a client, I can't show you today because my grass is long and I gotta mow my grass. What should you go do? Hire someone. So if you're not to hire an assistant yet, there may be critical people like a housekeeper or a lawn care company that you need to say no to, right? Say no, create a not to do list. And then the next one is just say no. And this has been really hard for me. I'll tell you, we were talking about this on break. I have a really hard time saying no in general. But these are really great things to say. Just clarify the request. Clarify by asking questions. Make sure you understand the request. So if someone says, hey, Lesley, I need to talk to you right now, I respond and I say, great, I would love to chat with you. How can I best prepare for our call? Clarify. Second, be polite and firm if you need to say no. If you want or need to say no, just do it. And remember, no is a complete sentence. You guys don't have to explain. In fact, when we explain to clients why we can't show them property, we actually set ourselves up for failure. Because if I say, actually, I can't show you today because my kid has a soccer game, right? Well, they're mad because they don't understand, they don't care about their kid, right? So unfortunately, I can't do that time. I have an appointment. No is a complete sentence. And then suggest viable alternatives. And then the last thing is delegate. We have to know who to delegate to. We need to choose the right person. Provide clear instructions and training, which we talked about earlier. It's going to take them a while. They're not going to be as competent as you are overnight. Robin Matthews, one of my team leaders, one day said, Lesley, if they can do it 80% as well as you can, then let them do it. 80%. If they can just do it 80% as well. Assign a deadline. Not everybody's going to be as urgent as you are. When do you need that back? Explain the project's why. Most of the time, operations people are high S's. They're really steady. Do you know what that high S personality wants? To understand why they are doing something. You can't just say, bark at them and say, do this, right? You have to understand why. Explain why. Slow down. Allow the person to own the project. Don't micromanage it. Let them take it to the next level. So many times they will. Follow up for communication. Be available for questions. Don't, I love this, avoid reverse delegation. I wrote, don't take the job back. Once you give it away, let her do it, right? I was so bad at this early in my career. They would call and ask a question and then I would like think that they couldn't do it. And I'd be like, oh, I'll just do it, right? Don't take the job back and share the credit and celebrate them. We have to celebrate people. This is what I want to end on because I think this is really important. These are the ways for you guys to be a millionaire real estate agent. The first one is, and look at this, you have to do all of this by 11 o'clock every day. You need to meditate and pray, spiritual energy. You need to exercise and eat. You need to hug, kiss, and laugh. You need to have time to plan and calendar. And you have to lead generate, all by 11 a.m. This is awesome, awesome, awesome. And that needs to go in your time block schedule. So
I need the greatest help.
You need the greatest help on this?
Yes, because I get up to, I'm already moving by 5:30 a.m., but prayer, meditation, reading for 20 minutes, exercising, yoga for me at this stage of my life, and then my deliberate practice for an hour of writing out my scripts and chanting and then role playing with my partners weekly by 7:30 a.m. so that I'm ready to get on the calls for lead generating. But literally, that requires me to get up early, very, very early hour every day.
So here, this is what I did to booby trap this for me personally. So I went back and I added how many times a week I was going to do my daily Bible reading. Because for me, if it's not on my 411, the have to do list, I'm not gonna do it if it's just on a checklist. So for me personally, it's 5 days a week, start with daily Bible reading, and every day on my 411, I check it off. Check, 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 check. Exercise need physical energy for me, 10,000 steps, 3 days a week. Right? I know what days I'm gonna do them every week. This emotional energy, I prepare, Andy and I just talked about this, date night, right? That needs to be in, like, how many date nights are you gonna have per week? Or how many, Aubrey's great at this, daddy-daughter dates are you gonna have per month, right? Guys, this personal stuff is just as important as the business stuff. So when you're doing this 411, like I said earlier, if it's 2 dinners a month with your friends, and that's important to you, and that's a big rock, let that happen. And then your lead generation, of course, needs to get done, because we know when it's early in the morning, we're gonna have the willpower that will actually do it. So all of this stuff, build this into your 411. And this is in, this is on page 40, if you guys aren't there. No, not 40, it's already 44. Okay, so here's what I promised. Loredana and Andy, this needs to be a 4-hour class. We did not build our 411. And I have promised to stay with anyone who wants to stay. And I will help you with your 411. Andy, are you cool even if we stay an hour?
Yeah.
For anybody that wants to stay, I will stay and help you create your 411, and I'll go back through it. And I will not let you leave here without it. I will answer your questions. Actually, Andy's here too. He can help you and answer your questions as well. Can I beg y'all to do the biggest favor for me? Please, 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 please. I have to have 75 evaluations for KWU. Now, it's tricky. I can't tell you, you can either click this or you can go to kwueval.com. It's a market center event. And then Lesley Peters, I am not on the drop down yet. So you have to type my name in, and I cannot even tell you guys, this is the name of the class, and it's on the drop down. Your evaluation would mean the world to me. So please, 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 I have to have 75 Southeast. And we are the Southeast region. So if y'all could evaluate the course, I would appreciate it so much. And you guys will help me achieve my goal for next year by doing that. So you guys give me some ahas or feedback before we go. And then I am going to go to the restroom. I'm going to come back in and I'm going to work with 411s on anybody. What do you guys think? What did you learn today? How are you going to take it farther?
I think what stood out to me is the SMART.
Yes, the SMART goals.
Yeah, because I have my 411 and my GPS created, but now it's like, is it measurable? And the action steps to actually
Yes.
get it done.
How many leads per week? How many appointments per week?
Yeah.
And wrap those up. How many contracts written? How many contracts closed?
And like you said, for blog, social media, not just social media.
Exactly.
So,
what does it look like?
like,
Be specific.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that you got that out of it. That was actually a good review for me too. Okay, who else? Trey, what you got, bud?
10% clarity of goal, 10% specificity of action plan, and 80% accountability.
Accountability
I
is where
still
it's
cannot believe
at. Guys, if we're not accountable, we're not going to hit it. We've got to be accountable to something. And I want you, in a little way, I said the checklist is like a dopamine, right? Checklist is like kind of a dopamine hit. But your 411 should give you even more of a dopamine hit when you check that off. Because that is actually like calling the plumber is one thing.
Yeah.
To do, right? Actually making 11 contacts a day or 10 contacts a day, that is where it's at. Okay, what else? Anybody else? 3 or I get weird.
I would say sticking with time blocking and not going down a rabbit hole. It's so hard for me to
Squirrel.
It's very hard. So yeah, I think revisiting that before the rest of the year.
I guess. Was this helpful?
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't boring.
It wasn't boring? Andy, did you hear that?
I heard that.
Even with his side, the crafts and jokes that you two make when you're up there.
So it wasn't boring.
No.
Okay, good. Okay, so for me personally, as y'all are packing up and walking out, if you're not gonna stay, would you take this class again if it were 4 hours? Or would I have a hard time getting you here?
Maybe with a break in the middle.
A bigger break, like a 20-minute break in between? Yeah. That's a great suggestion. I can do both. Okay, guys. If y'all want to do, let's get out our calendar. I can stay right now for anybody who wants to. And then anybody who wants to Zoom with me, I'm gonna schedule it right now for next week. And then we can come back. You guys, when I saw this, I really felt like this class could be huge, huge for all of us. Okay, could you all, anybody who wants to, this is the date I'm offering. At 9 a.m. on Wednesday the 14th, I will Zoom with all of you guys for the 411. And we will actually, it'll be a follow-up. It's what?
That's the Holly Prescott all day thing for us.
Oh, it is a church business planning.
Monday and Wednesday, but just so you know, Monday is business planning clinic in Joseph Wilson, and Wednesday is Holly Prescott business by the book. So any other day.
Okay, how about this? How about 9 a.m. on Thursday the 15th?
Great, that's good.
Is that good for anybody that can come? And anybody that can't, you can stay right now because I'm gonna stay with you and help you with it. Okay, here's how y'all are gonna get that information for the 411, because I can't 411 Zoom. Does everybody that wants to be a part of this have a business card? Okay. Or not, is that the best way for me to do it? Because we didn't do sign-in today, so.
Or can you give us your email?
I can take it and get email address from it. Just 5 minutes.
Okay, amazing. Business card, I think. Do you all have a business card?
Yeah, not on.
Yeah. Okay, if you if y'all just do a business card, I'll email all of you that want to attend. You guys, thank you for coming. For those of you that want to stay, I'm gonna run to the restroom and I'll be right back. If you don't have a business card, send me a text message with your name and email address and I'll send it. Yes.
Name and email, please, if you want to, if you don't have a business card. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, but it's like,
What, you think the whole slide? You just want me to call?
Please don't forget the evaluation. It is very, very important. Thank you. Yes.
So good. But now I see, now I know. And number two, I didn't turn it in her. Yeah. Yes, you did. Are you going to the party? Okay, good.
What's up, my people?
Good.
Y'all all right today? Y'all good?
Are you staying? No.
What's next? Oh, for the 411? Oh, yeah, no, I'm gonna head out. So I'll do this. I do the same thing.
Yes, we're working on more.
I have to stay.
You have to stay.
Okay, y'all, you ready to work on this?
Yes.
Or I'm interrupting you?
By the way, to give me a copy of this because I don't have one.
Oh, I have an extra.
Oh, you got some good ones right there, don't you? Man, my hand hurt a little bit.
Okay, guys, for those of you staying, let's like really break this down. And don't limit, y'all literally, if you want to keep talking to Andy or Loredana, y'all are not bothering us. I'm just gonna stay up here and I told you I was a kindergarten teacher. Right?
You was talking to other people about that.
I know.
And
Not to say nuts. If you can hear a clap, right?
you know what else? You know what else I can do? My focus is one of my things on Strength Finder, so I can focus even in weird situations. So there you go. Okay, so guys, you'll have this. Trish, you did this last year. So y'all, the trick is I developed a little abbreviated version of my own that I share with the team, and I have check boxes built into it. So if you guys want that, and if you come back for the Zoom next week, we'll figure out a way to get y'all what I built, because I built it in a Google sheet, and then every month I add a tab. So I find that that's a really helpful way to build this out if you're more digital, but some of you may be more paper. Okay, so the first thing before we start really working on this is y'all decide which one you want to use. Remember, I told you one side has the business and it's really broken down, and then the other side has the annual, monthly, and weekly in it. There's no, it's not broken down.
I was just gonna use this one, but just kind of cross out the business.
That's right, absolutely.
I like
That would
the
work too.
Other squares.
So Andy and I were talking about this morning, it's funny, because his gets really funky because he has so many businesses, right? And he's like, I have had to do my 411 completely different. Like, I mean, when you're tracking multiple businesses, like one little category doesn't really like work. So I want you guys to try it like this on the standard form, and then you can always adapt it. So what you're gonna do is, what is your job goal for next year? Are any of you doing the business one too? Anybody?
I want to do I'm doing the basic one.
You're gonna do the business one too? Oh, okay. So maybe, okay, let's start with job. And so for me, if I'm an individual agent, the first thing I'm probably gonna put is how many leads I need next year to close the amount of transactions I want to close. Does everybody know what transaction number they want to hit next year? Trish, I know I'm not helping you, sweetie. Oh, no, you're good. But we have yours from last year, I think that might help. I'm like, okay, for you, what instead? I think mine pulled up right now. You do? Okay, sweet. Okay, good. So leads. So how many leads do you need? Y'all don't know.
And that's the annual goal.
The annual goal. So here's why you don't know, because that's the economic model. And y'all haven't thought of that. Who's going to business planning next week? Where is it? My marketer did it, and I could go.
They said here,
Monday
Monday.
is here, Wednesday we're off.
So I was downstairs when you leave.
Well, they, yeah,
because I
they
know.
let me-
And Leslie, the easiest, whatever their transaction goal is, double that is probably your leads goal,
I'm sure I
isn't
could,
it?
it's even a lot more than that, which is funny, so I'll tell you ours.
So from us personally, I know that we have a lot of internet leads too, so this is gonna depend if you have internet leads. So we're buying some leads right now. So our internet, so it takes 200 leads per month. Right, 1,200, how many per year? 22,000 per year. 2,000 per year? Is that what I said? Yeah. Okay, 2,000 per year for us to close 150 units. But for you guys, if you are mainly database business and you're only supporting yourself, it's gonna be a lot fewer leads. Does anybody in here track your leads? Yes. Like, okay, let's work backwards. Let's work backwards and then here, if you guys have never tracked your leads before, this is what I want you to do. I want you to start tracking your leads this year. That means every single lead that comes in, I want it recorded. I want to know what source and what day it came in. Yes. I actually use a spreadsheet too because I like it and I track every lead for our team. So track your leads, but let's jump down to your closing goal. So how many, let's do that for ease on job because I think everybody can do that. You don't have time to how many closings do you want to do next year? What's your annual closing goal? Write that down. We did listings together. I was amazing. Full-time assistant. 126 should all have our close all of them. And then fire station. So the fire station did 42 bills last year. She never did that again. It burned her out. That's so funny. Thank you for coming back today. So did you put your closing goal?
I put 37 units.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so then I want you to take out your calculator and I want you to put that closing goal and times 1.2% because I'm going to prepare you for 20% fallout. 1.2? I'm going to look at your numbers.
Sorry.
Okay.
Leslie, can you say-
Oh, absolutely. So you're going to take, oh, I should be writing this down, people. I have markers. What am I doing? Okay, so take your closings. And then I am going, that's how many you want to close, right? And multiply that times 1.2. And the reason is I'm preparing for terminations. Because you're going to have 20% terminations. I hope you don't, right? I think you will. Been through this before. It's true. Maybe more. I know. So our team, we did a lot of wholesale business this year. Ours is 30%. Because these wholesalers would come under contract and terminate portraits left and right. Like, so it wasn't our main business, but they drove us up really high. But I think this is a good, safe number. If you are already experiencing more, use 25 and just add 1.25, right? And then this is contract written. So that's going to be your second thing. Does that make sense? So how many contracts do you, so yours was 37 with 20% fallout is 45, right? Okay, so you're gonna write the second one under job is gonna be, if you're the only one on your team producing, then it's gonna be 45 contracts written.
Okay, so 37 closings, 45 contracts.
Yep.
So
And when you go to business planning next week, if you do, you're gonna really break these numbers down and then come back and plug them in. It'll help you. What'd you say, Trey?
So I'm doing 36 closings, which is 43 before my 43.2.
So do 44. You need to write 44 contracts. I just
Contracts written.
So you'll be 44 contracts written. Okay, so the next one, let's say
Uh-huh.
So-
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, the next indicator that I want you guys to think of for big rocks that you're gonna wanna track is, contract trip closings, contract trip. How many appointments are you gonna have to go on? Now, here's the weird thing. Are y'all with me? I'm going all over the place. Okay. I'm gonna use Trey's as an example, because it'll just be easy for me. And I'm gonna show it to you guys, and then I'm gonna let you do it. So Trey, your goal was 36?
36 closings.
Okay, so he wants to do 36 closings, right? How many contracts written was it? 44?
It was 43.2. We rounded up to 44.
So if he wants to do 36 closings with a 20% fallout is what we used, then he has to do 44 contracts written. Now, if he has to write 44 contracts, what we know in a shifting market is it's harder to find motivated buyers and motivated sellers. So I'm not even going to use MREA numbers right now for you. I'm going to use what we use on our team that we think is going to be more accurate next year. You ready for it?
Mhm.
So 44, I am going to divide that times 50%. So 44 divided by 0.5. That's how many clients Trey needs to take next year. And I'm using 50% because it's a shifting market. Normally in the book, we would use 75. But we even talked to Gary about this, by the way. He thinks it's gonna be 50, more like 52. That help?
Yes, so 90 would be the appointments.
For you. So for Trey, he needs 88, not appointments, 88 clients taken. 88 agreements signed. And for Trey, you're individual agent, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what do I want? I want half buyer, half seller, right? Didn't I tell y'all that earlier? I want 50-50.
Yeah.
So of these, I want 44 buyers and I want 44 sellers. Okay?
Correct.
Then I'm gonna take this 88 clients, and if Trey needs to take 88 clients, this is gonna blow you away in a shifting market, and we're gonna go there, because I want you guys to really break this down. Our team, when we did this stretch, they were like, what? Can our conversions look better? I'm like, they can. And wouldn't you wanna prepare for worst case, right? So if I need 88 clients, I'm gonna divide that number by 0.5. I need to go on 176 appointments. Trey, breathe. Hold on.
Yeah.
So that means
Oh, so yours 50 divided by 0.5, you need to go on 100 appointments. Now, guys, there's things that can shift this, right? If you're really heavy database, if you're 100% database business, you're probably not gonna have to go on 176 appointments, right? Or you may have to in a shifting market. It's just gonna be really interesting, right? Whereas normally I would have told you not to divide by 0.5, but divide by 0.75. I just want to prepare you for a shift and what that looks like. And remember, our goals, do we want them super easy where we can achieve them? Or do we want to make them a little bit hard? We want them 50-50, right? There's a 50-50 shot of us hitting our goal or not,
Right.
right? Okay, so if Trey has to go on 176 appointments, he's gonna, half of those are gonna be 88 are gonna be buyers and 88 are gonna be listing appointments. Okay. So then I'm just gonna do this portion with you and then I'll answer any questions about personal, but I wanted to make sure you had a good understanding of the job. So Trey, I love that I'm using this because it's helping me and I think it's helping y'all, right? See what I'm doing? So if Trey has to go on 176 appointments, how many is that per month? I divide it by 12. Trey needs to go on 15 appointments a month. And Trey, I'm not even gonna break down those between buyer and seller on this side because it would be an uneven break.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just gonna say you need to go on 15 appointments a month, okay? You need to take 8 clients a month. Y'all see what I'm doing here? I'm just dividing by 12.
Leslie, is Is that factoring in the 5% you were speaking about earlier?
Yes. We did, because see, we took our closing times 1.2 for terminations. Yeah.
So that 8 clients a month, where'd you get that?
So I took, we need to take 88 clients taken divided by 12.
Oh, you divide that by 12.
And I just rounded up because we can't have a weird number.
Hey, Les, that's also though, they're gonna work every day of the year. So if we're creating a life by design, how much vacation would you want to take when we're not working?
Yeah, and we haven't gotten to weeks yet. So this is what I'll tell you guys. So you know that's your appointment goal, but here's the thing, Trey. As we break this down into weeks, if you're gonna go on vacation or to Costa Rica.
Yes.
Costa Rica for 2 months, right? Then it's gonna look differently. I'm gonna have to go on more appointments per month, but here's what I like to do. I like to still track monthly, and if I'm on a vacation for a week, then I just have to front load my schedule and do more appointments on the weeks I'm off. Right? Okay, so let's do this. So we have, he needs to go on 15 appointments a month, divided by 4. That breaks down to like 4 appointments a week. Trey, could you go on 4 appointments a week?
Yes.
I believe you could. You probably have had weeks where you've been on 4 appointments. So here's the thing, guys. Our team right now has been, not our whole team, but certain members of our team, especially the fire team, it's hard to get fired right now. They've been really frustrating because they're not meeting their closing goal. Here's what I'll tell you. Always focus on the leading indicator. The leading indicator are getting leads and appointments. You can't focus on the closing. That's the lagging result. So if you focus on that leading indicator, I had a call with one of our buyers agents last week. She's so brokenhearted, and she's like, I just don't have any closings. I just don't have any closings. Like, I'm so stressed out. I don't have any closings. And I said, and you did 7 appointments this week. Can you just celebrate the fact that you had a week of 7 appointments? Because that's the leading indicator, and I'm setting you up for success in the first quarter. But what happens is so many of us get off track. And if we didn't go on 4 this week, you know what we do next week, Trey? If I didn't hit my 4, then next week I just put in 4 again. I can't do that. I got to make up for the ones that I didn't go on. So if he went on 2, right? Only 2, then the next week, how many does he have to go on?
6.
So that's why the 411 is so dynamic, because you just keep measuring. Remember, it's the evaluation and measurement part of accountability. We evaluate and we measure. We evaluate and we measure. Yes, ma'am.
Have you used the lead lag measure chart graph with your team?
No, I haven't.
I'll send it to you.
Please, that would be
It's
awesome.
from the 4 disciplines of execution.
Oh, yeah.
The 4D. And
Yes.
I had a date and I have it up in my office.
Cool.
I'll send it to you because that's all it's talking about. That's why I broke it down to, I have to go on so many appointments. Just because if you do that and hit that, the rest will come.
Absolutely. The rest happens. It's the leading versus lagging.
So the leading indicators that you focus on are appointments and leads.
Yeah. And lagging is clients taken. And I say that because a lot of times with database business, Trey, they'll call you out really early. So if your database is anything like ours, but as soon as they think about buying or selling, they call you.
Mhm.
And it may take like 3 months to take that client or 6 months.
Right.
Right? It may just be early. So for me, it's kind of a lagging, like I just need to go in the leading and then my follow-up needs to be good enough, but your follow-up is going where? Because the one thing we didn't put is how many contacts do you guys have to make in a year? Just gonna ask that database needs. So you guys have to make a certain number of contacts a year, and that can be follow-up too, right? So for me, I'll just give you my goal. If I would not ever make less than 50 a week. Because 50 should be like the bare minimum. Justin on our team, our listing specialist, I mean, EDP makes 200 a week probably, because he pops on a dialer. So what's your contact goal every week? And it depends. For me, it's database business. So I know if I make 50 a week, I can typically generate the leads I need. For him, he's calling like expires. It takes more contacts. So how many contacts do you need to make per week, per month? Edie, what is mine really quick? I can't think of, I wish I had my 411 up. Mine's 55 a week, but I only do it for 48 weeks because I have 4 weeks of vacation built into my schedule.
Take this the next 4 weeks.
Yeah, we didn't do a vacation really this year, y'all. It's sad. After I preached to you guys to take one. Okay, 2,640 contacts is me making 55 a week for 48 weeks. So whatever your number is, how many contacts are you gonna make per week? So guys, honestly, for goals, do you remember when it said you should really only have 6 to 8 big goals for your job? Don't remember that? In that material? It's pretty much it. Why do we track anything else? Because here's the thing, we didn't put leads up here, which I want you guys to put, because that's gonna pipe down into your 36 touch, and that'll come down on a monthly basis. So for you, Trey, how many texts are you gonna send per month on your texting program? That's gonna be part of lead generation. But look, this is 6 things, guys. 6 things. Leads, contacts, closings, contracts written, clients taken, appointments. If you guys track more than that, it's gonna be too much on the job side. These are the big rocks. If this happens and you just do this, you're gonna have a killer year. And I bet, Trey, if you went on 4 freaking appointments a week, you're gonna close a heck of a lot more than 36 closings.
I would agree.
Because your conversion rate, especially you're doing a lot more database business, your conversion rate is gonna be higher than the conversion rates I applied to you. So you guys know how you plus this? You actually go to business planning and you start really tracking your numbers. You track how many leads you get per year. You track your how many appointments you go on, how many clients you take, how many clients you close from the clients you take. And then you have actual data to plug into your 411. But for now, if you don't have that, just use the data I've given you, which is 20% fallout. Y'all might want to write this down just so you don't forget it later. 50% clients taken from appointment. And 50% clients closed from clients taken. So your job category, guys, that's essentially it. All these goals should be our things, and that's what should go. Absolutely. I love spreadsheets. Yeah. Okay, I love this. Okay, so y'all just look really quick. So all we did in your annual, and this is why I don't like this as well as you doing it digitally because it doesn't fit. So type all of those. Those are the main indicators, right? Those are your big rocks. Then just divide it by 12 and bring it down to every month. And I have my background on you. And then bring it down to every week. How many weeks do you do of this at a time?
1. Now, that was a big aha for me,
That
Leslie.
was me too.
That was a big aha, thank you. Because I have it planned all the way across the month.
One, or you're cheating.
Yes.
Well, you gotta have a good ritual.
But not only that,
Yes.
I love the fact that the accountability to make it up.
This is awesome. Can you do 1 per week?
Yeah, it's starts out.
Trey, can you do 4 per week? You guys, we're all at different phases in our business. And isn't it amazing how when you break it down by the week, and I literally want you on Sunday nights in your ritual that Andy just said that we have on Sundays. Oh, bye, sweetie. Thanks for my coffee.
That was.
That was so sweet.
Mhm.
Ritual. In your ritual on Sundays, I want you beating yourself up if you don't record 4 appointments. I want you beating yourself up if you don't record 1. And I want you guys to think about, and then I want you to think back, did I time block this week? What did my calendar look like? Did I go to Home Goods during my lunch break and like stroll the aisles? You probably didn't, but I mean, clearly I would. Like, what did I
With that
do?
$50 from yesterday.
Yeah. But what could I have done differently? Does this help y'all?
Yeah, absolutely.
Breaking it down.
To the simplest, as they say.
For me, this class is really good. I'm a very shy person, social media, anything, I don't put up my big trees over there, nothing. But I've only been hearing 2 keywords, it's like databases, lead generation, database lead generation, break it up. That's what I'm not really doing. I've just been lucky enough to get referrals and I just don't have
So
That's
I love it.
entrepreneurial.
That-
We're moving from need to be entrepreneurial.
Easy to what? What did you tell me? I told her, need to pay, what did I say?
Okay.
Easy to pay for.
Painful.
Yeah.
I was like, easy to painful.
But you know what? It's also easy to pay for the things you want whenever you get purpose.
That's it. Okay, so to wrap this up and put a bow on it. In the end, by the way, thank y'all for saying. Thank y'all for saying. I really hope this is beneficial for you guys today, and I hope it like spurs you on to think bigger.
Say something. I am like so overwhelmed. Right? Where to start from is now I kind of persevere. Okay, now I'm gonna do that. Good.
I am so glad.
Thank you.
I am so glad you feel that way, y'all.
You just
Breaking this down.
this down, this little bit. It will make a big.
And if y'all want to come to the Zoom, I'll do this again on, I think we said Thursday. I'll do this same thing again if you want to get it again. I literally looked at the clock with 30 minutes left and I thought I was going to die. You guys, I even told Andy today, I was like, I think 3 hours will be enough. That's what they say in the manual. It clearly wasn't enough.
I think
let's-
3 hours is good for the marketing and branding though.
Yes, it
Because at
is.
4, I might not have made it today.
You're like, I'm not coming back.
Yeah.
Okay, personal, let's just talk about personal goals really quickly, because I don't know what your personal goals are, but I'll tell you a few of my like booby trap tricks on this. Is when we went to, let's go back here really fast, but I don't want y'all to forget this part. This was actually good for me.
Yeah.
This millionaire energy plan, I feel like we so focus in our businesses, just on our business, and I said, we have to put on our oxygen mask first. That's the last thing a lot of us do. So I think about 2 years ago, I really started putting this into my life. So I gave you guys examples, like if I want to weigh X amount of pounds or whatever, or I want to just be active, right? So for me this year, my thing was I want to walk 5 times. I want to do 10,000 steps a day, 5 times a week instead of 3. So I just want you guys to think about if you're active, like and for me, I pop in a podcast and that goes in with my growth plan because I listen to Andy Stanley's leadership podcast. I rotate all the podcasts. So then my growth plan fits in with my walk. And I actually don't do it before 11. So shame on me. And when I saw this, I was like, dang, I need to change something. I actually do it during my lunch break. I do it during my lunch break just to kind of clear my head. And one thing is we don't need to overschedule. So as you guys are thinking about your personal tonight, I want you to think about these. Anything y'all want to dive deep on? Does anybody need help with a personal goal and how to break it down monthly to weekly? Because I could probably help you. Andy can help you too.
That's the part that I'm like, I don't, you know, there are things I want to work on and stuff, but I'm really, this whole business thing is.
That helps you more.
That does so much for the personal. All my little personal goals I wrote down, I can't do them unless I sell a lot of homes.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that and I get it.
So, yeah.
On personal side, I think, and I just keep coming back to this example, y'all don't think of anything being too small, like with a friendship thing, like 2 dinners a week, 24 a year, right? Breaking down activity is easy because you can do steps or workouts or whatever. Eating healthy is a little harder, but you may give yourself like, I don't know, 1 splurge day. I'm trying to think what other personal goals y'all could have on here.
One of mine is reading like 100 books.
Did you do that again this year? I love it.
You could do any number. So
I have that one on mine. Y'all, Trish did this last year, by the way.
I did not complete it this year.
But that it was on her goal list last year. And when she told me what was on her goal list, well, number one, I felt like an idiot because my goal is 12 a year. And I do half business, half fun. my goal is I always hit the business ones. I don't hit the fun ones as much. One thing, Trish, for me this year that's been really helpful is I broke it down, and under my growth plan, under business, it says read 6 business books. And under my personal, it says read 6 personal books. And then I always forget what books I read. If you guys are anything, do y'all read a Kindle? You know how you only see the name of the book at the beginning? It drives me crazy. And he's like, what are you reading? I'm like, I don't know. I tell you what it's about. Yeah, I'm like, eh. So now I track the books on my 411. I scroll to the very bottom, and under annual, I have all the books I read. My goal also, this is another good goal for you guys on personal, I mean on business, is I want to recruit 3 people to Keller Williams per year. And so I add my recruits to the bottom. Did you put it?
I put that down line.
So that could go on your business, that'll go on your business goals, and this would just sum it up here.
On that note, can we invite them to events like
Oh
this?
my gosh, yes, y'all please.
Okay, because that was my intention, but it didn't happen.
And maybe that goes into your weekly goal or your monthly goal. Invite 5 agent friends, non-KW agent friends to events this month, or whatever the number is. Invite 2 non-KW agent friends to events. Okay, before we wrap it up, hi. Hi.
What's your email?
No, you're great. What's my email? It's here. I'm gonna write it because my name's spelled weird. It is Lesley at thepeterscompany.com. Yeah, you'll definitely. Tana.
Yes.
Guess what, girl?
What?
Yeah, I got good news for you. I didn't finish the class on time.
I was like, I'm gonna miss the whole thing.
So listen what I did. So we stayed late to anybody who wanted to, and we walked through building your 411, and I set up an hour Zoom next week at 9 a.m. And we're just gonna do the 411 piece. And that's it. This class should have been 4 hours. And I only made, I mean, it said a half day. Well, KWU counts a full day as a 6-hour course, a half day is a 3-hour. And so I made it 3, and it clearly needed to be longer. But Tana, you know what I'm gonna beg you for? That. I need an email. Thanks for coming back. You didn't know you were gonna have to do that. I'm not on the menu, so you have to type my name in. Yes.
Can we do
So,
it a couple
I
times?
have annual goal and my number of closings, and that, so my monthly, should I just kind of do
Oh.
3 closings a month, or and then
Yes.
divide my contacts by 12?
Yep, you got it. Y'all, this is a good point. Trey just asked, he just made me think of something on his, which I didn't tell you guys to do this, but it should be a goal. He put his number, his money number on there. Andy, let's argue this out, because I'm struggling with this. Mostly individual agents. This is all we built into their annual job goals. Would you put their GCI goal in the personal financial of how much money they want to make, or you would put it in their job?
I put it, yeah.
Okay, so put it in your job. So Trey, you're right.
I just did the
And break it
easy
down
sheet.
by month.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so just divide that number by 12 and put it
Personal
in your month.
financial to me is like,
Save X number of dollars.
yeah, or establish X amount of accounts for whatever, or.
So Andy, do y'all remember when I had my goals up here and it said personal, and I don't know if you guys saw it, but I put cash flow investment property, and I put the number I wanted to cash flow it by. That is on my personal financial. So that's a good example of the difference between personal and personal financial, like your savings goal. If you want to have X number of dollars in savings by the end of the year, and then break it down by month, I need to save X number of dollars to meet that goal. Another one that Andy and I had 2 years ago was buy one investment property this year. To me, that's personal financial. Andy, what's another example of personal financial? Oh, this is funny, but we have an endowment at Furman for an internship program. And so that I actually put on my personal financial goal, because I actually have to hit my goals to be able to give them the money I want to give them each year. So that's an example of, like, if you want to give charity, put it there instead of just personal, like your give number.
Yeah.
What else? Net worth, Trish.
Yes.
Oh, I could get into a whole conversation about that. So Andy and I track our net worth. I actually had our net worth statement up today. I sent money to the kids' 529 account. So like things like that. if you want to save money for kids, 529. Y'all, 401k, like IRAs, all those things, great tips. I feel like today was kind of the business version of this, and I hope you guys also heard me loud and clear about how important it is to go spend time on the personal part too. Because the business isn't really that motivating without the personal side.
I think you start with the personal. Personal informs the business.
Do you know what y'all helped me realize today? How much I love being in the classroom. It was fun to be with y'all today. I hope this was helpful.
This is one thing. Sorry, my voice is weird. I'm coming off of a cold, so like.
Well, I'm so glad you're here, and I'm glad you thought it was wonderful. I enjoyed it. I wish it was longer.
I know you guys just did the 36 yesterday. There was just no way in the world for me to do it. When are you guys gonna do it again?
We actually have it scheduled twice.
We'll be teaching it, we teach it every quarter.
And I think our first one.
And the next one's in January.
Yeah. We did, we were very intentional on our calendar this year. So proud of us. I'm like, Andy, like, I feel so good going into this next year. We have time blocked our entire year. So we know when we're doing chart masters, we know when we're doing 36 touch, like we are intentional.
I think I have it. No.
Did you do it?
So I have my financial goal, my contacts,
Yep, perfect.
appointments. I don't have clarity on my leads, so
That's
I'm
okay,
gonna
you can
figure
do
that
it
out.
next year or next year.
For the month,
But just start tracking it so you know next year.
and then for the month, it's 200 contacts, which is 50 a week, and then 12 appointments a month. I don't have clarity on the leads, and so for my week one is 50 contacts, 3 appointments. I went from.
Don't even worry about this one since you don't know that yet. But
Mhm.
what I would do is I would drop this down and I would divide that by 12, and then I would put that for each month. And
It's
then
30,000.
Yeah. And then I would drop that per week. But what you're gonna find, so I do 4 conversations with our team. Usually the end of the month, these lag a lot, the money, because typically you're closing a lot of times at the end of the month. So if you go 0 one month, it's fine. I mean, 1 week, not 1 month. If you go 0 1 week, you
Yeah.
get it, it's fine, because most likely you're gonna hit it.
Okay, sounds good.
That's awesome. Can I look at yours just because I was gone?
Yeah, and I was,
get it out to you.
so the main thing is that my annual goal is 360, which was 336 closings. And then, so my monthly,
And how did you determine that, I guess? is the
so
36
when we were
closings
doing
and-
all that math, I'm basically working on 50 contacts a week. And basically 3 appointments. Well, the math, there was 4, but I'm mostly database, so 3. So these, I need 144 appointments.
I built in termination.
Yeah, I need 144 appointments. And so then basically I divided these by 12. So you can see right here, I have 200 contacts, 12 appointments a month. Now, I don't have clarity on the leads I'm gonna need. And then for the first week, so I need 50 contacts a week, 3 appointments, and
I love that. What's your lead source right now?
mostly database, and then I have 1,000.
Oh, that's good. So, that's the thing, so I did the volume, like, I did volume versus, GCM, because we're rated on units of my team, volume. So,
And my biggest takeaway just now is you really want to be tracking contacts, leads, and appointments. Whereas it's natural for me to be thinking 360, 30,000 a month. That's what I'm always thinking. 30,000 a month, 30,000 a month, 30,000 a month. And really, I need to be looking at contacts, leads, and appointments, which are the leading indicators, because 30,000 a month and 360 are lagging.
That's awesome. So I'm about 20 appointments, what I'm looking at too. And that's 100, I think it was 100 contacts.
I've been mass coaching for like 7 years. So my biggest takeaway is this year, focus and track contacts per week and contacts per day. And I've done it in full, but in life, focus on contacts per day.
You want to go to the
this
one
number,
incoming or the one here?
2,400 contacts. I really don't think I can make that many contacts and not hit the appointments. And if I hit the contacts and appointments, I'm gonna have to go.
I think that's.
Thank you for coming.
That's how I had to break it down. You wanted me to
And,
break it down.
and this is the simple version. They had the more complicated one. First of all, I'm the most simple. So I was like, well, I'm going for the class that wanted the simple one. They had a more complicated one that a lot of people did. I don't know what it is.
If you Google
I
that,
think
you
this
will
this
find.
might be it. See, job, business, personal, it was a lot
Oh,
more.
yeah, I'm just gonna do the business right now, that's all I do. Yeah, that's great.
And they always have time to volunteer. Yes.
I guess my question is, they want me to break out how many I'm gonna.
How are you, Mamta?
Because I have a
Doing
small
good?
firm right now, so like, my current database is like 284 people.
Okay.
And so my big goal is to like, to get that big number, right? So how do I go about figuring out my other lead sources? Because I broke it down, like how many leads that I got by Spear and all those other things. I do.
That's good.
I mean, it's a percentage.
Did you? Actually, I called them like yesterday.
They called me, yes. That was sources, retail, and then like 12% was my farm, another 12% was, it was higher, the farm was like 20%. And then 12% was past client, another 12 was past client referral. And then there was a small little percentage that was just other buyers agents. That would be my source.
And that was the only
deals this year, and I took 4 years. So in my farm, right?
I swear, I was like, I wanted to use Chipotle, and I was ready to hide. Sit back. Oh, but I'm gonna write that down. How do you know that?
Because a lot of the things that you were answering is because we read these books.
Oh, you said it's called
The four execution. Oh gosh,
Discipline.
4 disciplines of execution.
Okay, so that's good.
Yeah, I've been up since 2:30, so now I'm starting to wax.
It's amazing. I get up at 5. And it's amazing how you wake up that early, like 6 o'clock in the evening. It feels.
Oh, I know. And today, as you can see, I'm coming towards the end of my meeting.
Identify real X number of people.
Did you want, I sent this to Leslie.
What is this?
This is the premise of the book that you're gonna read. So it talks about focusing on the activities. And that's what Leslie said. Focus on the activities that are really of how many contracts I reach, no matter what happens. You know, again, focus on the lab.
I've only preferred like.
So for the most part.
Sphere of influence, past clients. What is this? Yes, sphere of influence.
My 4,100 people.
I've had set 3 appointments this week.
You know, someone that I already spoken to that has given me a follow or something. For that to fall under.
You just gotta do it. You gotta get past the voice in your head that tells you to do something else.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
You have to just get over
For
it.
me,
Even if you don't want to.
So I heard you're working on this, and so I'm like, yeah, maybe you want.
I was determined to have this filled out before I left because I was like, if I leave, I just don't trust myself. Well, first of all, I came to do it with Lesley. That's why I'm here.
How many more?
That's part of this company. I'm still getting it.
It's never too late. And that's why I need to be on the front row, staying late to.
But not only that, there's so much that this company.
I'm sure I can read but some of them.
Every year I've been absolutely teaching, learning, but it's just like now I want to be a master of the fundamentals. can get so into thinking big, functioning, but you're not doing that absolute basics. Yeah, because really, I mean, they
Well,
require
under
like
I sat
production
way
regime. It's like, where's your
Oh,
411?
So that
It
number,
is, and that's what
And
my,
that's a basic for
my math
California.
coach just said that, like, I was on the call with him like 3 weeks ago, I was like, I feel so bad for talking about this
Girl.
fundamental stuff. He was like,
Because I have the things with it,
um,
oh,
professional.
you did, oh, I have another one. Hold on, I have an Charles in
And
my.
since he said
No, you're
that,
fine.
I've heard every color say it, almost everything that you learn is
Very
start
well,
with
I
what's the
read
fundamentals.
that, I mean, that
Yeah,
student.
well,
manuals.
yeah, because your fundamentals are not that tight, and whatever you're doing is kind of shaky.
Okay.
Lesley, she's extremely fundamentally savvy. Where did you want from?
Looking at out of homes, if they
But,
have the neighborhood.
my introduction, and prior to that, I was in Vegas and doing 24 to 42 transactions a year. But the point was, it took 10 years to build that. And so I knew,
And that's how many doors you don't have to.
so you're long in Charlotte, far, come to Georgia, you see it all over again.
I think you had a lot of experience when you told me to do it, you want to take 200 listings.
So far, it hasn't been there, so that's a really good goal. But, you know, I'm a logical person, if I can break it down and see that it's only 3 listings a week.
Email me and I'll send you hours.
If I work, I'm at the office by 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm out of here by 7:30 at night. Those kinds of hours, yes,
You work 7 to 7 in the office every day?
yes, I'm the first one in last one's week, and that has been my MO since I was 18 years old. So that has always been my MO. I didn't know that, but I saw an article that someone wrote that said Crystal's the first one in and the last one to leave. And that's, yeah, but now.
That's so impressive. 12 hours in the
But
office.
I'm not supposed to be in the office the whole time. I'll leave it off for that. But I typically don't quit. My production's not matching that right now. And that part is like, oh, things and people say, every single day. It's not tough. And that's why I have to have the blackboard.
Yeah.
Because even though
I'm always like telling you,
come before I'm a customer, so as long as I just do my
okay, I would change input.
the rest will come.
I'm coaching when I shouldn't be saying something. I would not have somebody on that. I would be like,
I see your mind going.
I think that you're the, at the top of my 411 right here is focused on leading indicators.
thank you.
And
You are so
I
welcome.
need to,
You're
I
so
intend to do that, and so
welcome.
you're leading indicators.
I hope it was good.
So your husband and I determined, I can't come to your next class,
Impressive,
it's the day I'm
powerful.
getting
And
married.
so the production is the ragging measure.
So I begged him, I said, please try to put it on the calendar.
I'm rereading.
You're getting married? I am.
Oh, I love that.
I know, I looked at the first time.
Before
and
Jeff.
I loved it the first time. And I love it. I love it. Okay.
Feeling good. Yeah.
He's,
But
I'm
yeah,
so glad.
try,
You're on the
oh,
right track.
and we were talking about training, I'm supposed to have a job.
90-day rule.
Yeah,
It will
we have
Yeah.
7 months of Australian
Love
Shepherd,
it.
who's super sweet.
We will be in.
She's all fine too.
I'm in the Sandy Springs office.
Yeah.
Dating.
Yeah.
But today was really great.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Because my first year was 8 closings in 2 months effortlessly. And I had one time closing with land and then one closing with my fiance and self-storage. Yeah. And so it's like now I'm not running the business or running the business, because it doesn't always just fall in. So you know what? Those are the kind of things that really say,
It wasn't a program.
but maybe until September, because your next one, no, he said your next one is June 16th, and
We teach other principles too.
right? Just stay on me to remember.
Okay.
We're about to book in other places that are requesting us across the country. So I'll tell you, maybe it'll be somewhere fun.
I'll tell Michael to take a couple days. Okay, I will.
Seriously, we will do that.
And
We'll
I'm
add
gonna,
other
even
days.
though I did my 411, most of it, I like it digital first of all, because yeah, I can't write that tiny. And second, I wanna do it, I wanna do that piece of demo too, so I will email you on that as well. And Maris,
Uh-huh.
I tried to go with Pass and Lucy was doing Pass at the time, and she said, I can't do anything with you until you do branding logo. I said, no, I have a great headshot. I'm good with black and red and gray. And she said, well, no, you need branding. So I went to Maris and they did a beautiful job.
They're great.
Yeah.
I hope to get her back in January. We're working on it.
Would you please, she swears by social media. I want her to come in and
I
teach
know.
social media.
She's great. She's so good. Thank you. Bye, Christopher.
Lesley, you are amazing. Every time I see you and Andy, it motivates me to teach more.
Good. I'm so glad. Go do it.
I will, and I mean, I have been. Every
Yeah, I
time I
know you do.
teach, like, it's well attended.
Yes.
And I was telling Andy yesterday, so many people meet me now, and they say, oh, he's a Keller Williams teacher, more than real estate agent. And I'm just
love
like,
it. There you go. You branded yourself, Trey.
it's
Use your
amazing.
social media.
But I'll always ask Andy, when I hear, yeah, it's a pleasure.
It's so nice to see you. Thanks for all your interaction. I love it.
Every time,
You're welcome.
every time I attend y'all's classes, I'm like, what can I do to support Georgia Legacy or Andy Peters? I mean, not Peters Company. What can I do to like support y'all?
You can always teach here. You know what? You go downstairs, they have cancellation for they need help on Tuesday with a class.
That's the same thing Andy said. I always ask him, what can I do? I teach course.
It is. It's like the best thing you could do. It helps our training calendar.
In my mind, I
And our
owe y'all
people.
like 7 favors. So whenever you call one in, I'm gonna exceed expectations. And you call me whenever you're ready for something.
Thank you. I will. Okay. Well, seriously, they asked me today, they're like, you can teach on Tuesday. They asked me if I'd come back. I'm like, I'm sorry.
I'm curious, how is John Morgan's soccer going?
They finished their season. They won their last tournament and he can't play in Savannah. It's really sad. He can't play at our school this year because of the Georgia transfer rule.
Is in high
We,
school? It's
Georgia high
stricter
school.
for high school than it is for college now.
Y'all, he cannot, we moved across the state. And he can't play soccer. So the school's really mad about it, certain board members, and they want us to hire an attorney to fight it. And we're like, we're not going that far. I'm like, we're not hiring an attorney. He's gonna be out this year.
I just want to say thank you.
I'm so glad you're
Just
so
showing you-
welcome.
I was showing Andy some of the drawings and things that I do, and this is a new idea that I have for helping customers. This is a colored pencil drawing. Yeah, I have 3.
And I have been for like 7
I did
years.
some art competitions in high school.
First
Thank you.
man,
This is just colored pencil.
Oh
Um,
my gosh. Are you selling these?
Yeah.
Are you doing it like contract?
Yeah, one of my personal goals I set today was to do 12 per year, so that's why I'm talking to you. So, I've sold a lot of things, but
I love, send me info.
I'll show you. This is a picture of Jim Carrey that I did pencil drawing. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
I will show you just.
My dad is here.
I mean, this is amazing.
So I actually came back to it this year.
Here's one I did of the Watkins Glen Gorge in New York, upstate New York.
I'm gonna farm, my old farm to kind of get it going.
I do, that's why I
Yes.
want to do it. And then there's another fox that I did. That's the last one that I did for my oldest son for his birthday.
It is, but you know, really more of a.
I do large scale paintings, any size, anything, portraits,
I
anything.
need a year or so to kind of get
Sure.
established.
Leslie,
Where they already know me.
You can
I
very,
just
my pins were, I was choosing the wrong pins
in the spring area.
Yeah.
today. I was like, wait, why is that one not working?
Really?
I'm just gonna take a
Yeah.
picture.
And I love my house.
I guess
mean, it's
I
like,
need to
I
try
think
this.
it might be my forever home. I didn't think I could get one.
Well, I mean, that's great. You can find that right now.
Yeah.
How's your boy doing?